Good morning, everyone. Hope you having a good fun taking courses that you have it right now. My name is Dr. Azhar Kasib. I'm a former journalist with the newspaper of Malaysia for almost 18 years. I used to be a cadet reporter and then was promoted to become a reporter and then become senior reporters and also become one of editors in the Malay newspaper in Malaysia. With that experience that I have from a cadet reporters, become senior reporters, they call bureau chief, and taking care East Coast region, they call Kelantan, Terengganu, Pahang in Malaysia. And then after that, I become executive editors, sub-editors at one of the big Malay newspaper in Malaysia. With that experience, I'm teaching my student with theoretical and blended with my experience. That's why journalism is one of the area that we have to blend it during theoretical and practical. If you don't have the practical part, you are supposed to explore, because the journalism itself have moved very fast from the traditional media to digital media. The traditional media was having a newspaper, broadcasting. We have also, they call radio. Based on that, we can consider the traditional media a newspaper with electronic journalism. But nowadays, digital era have came across, and then this digital era need more journalists to control the knowledge of digital media. Digital media is a new knowledge what's happened in the world, also in ASEAN. In the world, some of the countries become champion on digital media, but some of the ASEAN countries, we still learning something to move forward to make sure that digital media will apply in era of digital journalism. So, based on the experience that I have doing traditional media, I keep moving to learn a new media. Was involved with online journalists, was involved with mobile journalists, was involved with solo journalists, because solo. The new media came with one character they call citizen journalism. Citizen journalism now, it become a current situation. People need citizen journalism. Even the mainstream media in Malaysia, even in the world, we need a free reporters. Why I call free reporters? They giving us the information because they are the one stay inside the event. For example, if anything is about the accident, anything is about the plane was having problem, the citizen journalism will play a major role to get the handphone and then to do recording. And then after they do recording, they are sending the recording, they are viral the recording to everyone without anything that they can consider as a reporter. But they are doing that one because they are citizen journalism. Some of the mainstream media cannot recognize citizen journalism because they believe the citizen journalism only early information was given, but they don't have any confirmation yet. But the mainstream media, they collect the information from citizen journalism. After that, they do some confirmation, and then based on the confirmation, they will go for facts, they will go for ethics, and then they will go for integrity. Based on three factors: the facts, integrity, and ethics, then we can consider you are a journalist. You are not citizen. I will explain more on the ethics. I will explain more on the facts. I will explain more on the integrity, because during the new media time, they call internet era, everybody can access, everybody can disseminate the information, everybody can use the gadget to make sure you can communicate with others. Based on that, the era of traditional media have gone and then coming with the new media. But the new media also having some problem after the social media came to our life. The social media have a lot of characteristic, have a lot of image, have a lot of platform. That's why we always call multi-platform. But for introduction, the social media, they have two types of journalists. I think you can explain this one to your student later. First one they call social media journalists. The social media journalist is a people who are using social media to disseminate information to the public, but they are normally a former reporter from new media and also traditional media from the newspaper and TV, but they are still following the three aspects. Aspect number one, they need to have a facts before they publish, because there is a journalist. Journalists without facts, they will make sure that they have a fact first, and then they are going to publish the story. Why they are doing that? Because they have ethics. They have ethics was built in the whole mind. They are controlled by the ethics, because most of journalists was trained to follow the ethics. But they have two types of ethics that I will explain one by one after this. The first ethic is a national union journalist ethic. Every country have this ethic. Okay. The second ethic they call organization ethics. That one also I will elaborate more after this. What is organization ethics? And then with the ethic that they have, especially reporters, they don't simply writing the fake news because they believe in their mind. The ethics have to control their mind before they are writing something. The ethics have to control their situation to make sure that the fact was there, the ethics was there. But the last word that from the introduction that I would like to mention to you is integrity. Most of journalists were depending on byline. Everybody knows about the byline. From the oldest one, I was a journalist before. I'm proud with my byline. When byline appear in my newspaper, I said it's a front page, even lead page. I proud with my byline. People know me based on byline. So when you have byline, your byline inside the news portal or the social media, definitely you have to take care of the integrity. You have to take care of the integrity. Why the integrity should be there? Otherwise, you are not journalist. If you don't have any integrity in yourself, you cannot simply become journalist. Please, when you come back to teach your student in your country, even in Cambodia, even in Thailand, even in Romania, even in the world, all over the world, don't forget at least 3 items. The first one, journalists have to depend on the facts. The second one, journalists have to make sure follow the ethics. As I mentioned to you, they have 2 ethics. One is National Union Journalist Ethic, and another one is Organization Ethic. And then the last word, that at least, I'm talking about at least, you teach them to have integrity. When people have integrity in terms of writing, they will be proud with themselves that they are producing something to the nation, to the public. This one is become part of puzzle of your life. So I recap again. In era of media, we have 3 chapters. The first chapter is a traditional media. Traditional media, people will say that you are journalists. We are talking about the newspaper with the byline. But at the same time, we have another chapter, new media. We have another chapter, social media. These 3 chapters have different names. If I can say to you, journalist was called the name at the print media. Second, electronic TV and radio at the time. Most of journalists in TV, they call as what? They call as broadcasting journalists. But after that, the name of journalists have keep changing. After the new media, they have one they call online journalists. And then they have people are using mobile to do a writing and everything. They call mobile journalists. And then people are, everything they do on their own. With camera and everything, editing, they become reporters at the same time. We call them sojo or solo journalists. There is a term was introduced during the online. So the last term that I mentioned to you is social media journalist, was followed by 3 items that I mentioned to you: the ethics, the fact, and the integrity. Again, if anybody are using social media to do the fake news, to comment something or to writing something in the social media, that one we can consider as social media practitioner. Okay, if we can continue to explain to our students about the 3 chapters of media, from the traditional media to new media to the social media, I would like to explain more on that. At least you will be understand the situation right now. Just now I mentioned about traditional media. People call journalists as a journalist, just call as a journalist, or a reporters, or a bureau chief is a management team. But during the time, for the last 20 years, last 25 years ago, we call all people inside the television to do stand-upper, for example, for television, to become reporters for television. We call them as broadcasting journalists. And then we call DJ for radio. During the chapter number 1, traditional media, we are moving to the new media. We call journalists as online journalists. But they do the same thing, but the platform is online. And then after that, everybody are creating mobile journalists because we are using handphone. That's why we call Mojo. And then after most of the company media said, every journalist need to have a scale. They call multi-scaling. After they have multi-scaling, what they should do is they need to do everything, from reporters, writing, get the information, become reporters, get information and writing. After that, what they are doing editing after writing, and then they are doing videographers, and then they are become photographers, and then they are become someone have to do everything. And then that's why people call as solo journalist. They call Sojo in the short form. But during the new media time, they have one people that I mentioned earlier is a citizen journalist. And then now that I mentioned, everybody needs citizen journalist sometime to get together the early information, because most of citizen journalists, they are doing it for free. They are on the scene. They just viral the videos or the pictures from the scene to the any social media or any platform, WhatsApp or Telegram. After that, it become viral all over the world. So they are citizen journalism. But the transformation of media or transformation digital have changing from the Internet of Things to become another chapter they call social media. I want to elaborate more, and then you can explain to your student later. I love to use word social media journalist, and then people keep asking me why I put the social media journalist. My justification is very clear. The platform, from the traditional to the new media and into the social media. Now the social media picking up. When I'm talking about social media, I think everyone know what is a social media. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, you name it. All the social media become part of our life right now. So, journalists who was trained as a journalist from the traditional media to the new media to the social media, they have been writing for so long, they have been editing for so long, they already know how to taking the video, during the generation of new media. Now they can doing all these things and then put it in the social media platform. That's it. Still have a journalist, still have disseminate information. So why we call a social media journalist? We want to make a difference between social media practitioners. I will explain first, and then you can explain to your student later. Social media journalists, they are former journalists, they are journalists, have practiced journalism for so long, and then they have 3 items that I mentioned to you: ethics, fact, and integrity. Then we can call them as social media journalists. Otherwise, we cannot call them as social media journalists. We can call them social media journalists after they follow the ethics, after they know the regulation of media, they know about the journalism standard, they know about the media standard, and then they become journalists. But other party was versus social media journalists, they call social media practitioners. For example, when I was in Bangkok, for example, I taking the good pictures in Bangkok, and then I put it in my Instagram. I put it in my Instagram because I want to keep my pictures, the first one. The second, I want to let everybody know that I was in Bangkok, I was in Bali, I was in India, I was in London, for example. So I put it inside the social media, even Instagram, whatever platform. So you do it for free, right? You do it for free, that one. Why you do it for free? Because there is your interest. You do it for free. When you are doing for free, you are social media practitioner. We give another situation, the case study. If you are political influence, or you are leaders of political, or you are someone who are involved in cyber truther, you want to capture the pictures, you capture the videos and everything, you put it in the social media. You are not journalist because you are not trained in terms of standard, media standard, journalism standard, or you doesn't know, you are not part of one semester having classes in terms of media and ethics. Suddenly you will claim that you are a journalist. I don't think so. You cannot do that because you only social media practitioner. The social media practitioner only can upload the news. After they upload the news, that's it. Because they don't have any responsibility, because they don't learn. They don't learn about the ethics. They don't learn about the facts. They just get it what they want. They don't have any confirmation. They just put it in the social media. I will consider them, if you can teach your student, I will consider these people only social media practitioner. Another thing that I would like to explain here, but I will go one by one later. But I need to mention this one earlier. Now, we call multimedia journalists. The traditional journalists, we call journalists or reporters, and then during the online, we call them as online journalists. They are the same people, they have the same standard, they have their own media standard, they have a good practice, they are transparency, they are accountability, they are critical thinking, they have to follow ethics standard. But they are multimedia journalists. Why multimedia journalists? What is a component of multimedia journalists? Last time, we have a newspaper. We are writing a newspaper. We present as a newspaper or TV station. During the new media, we put it in online. But multimedia journalists, they are using all the platform of social media to make sure that people can be accessed the information, because most of people in the world will going to have a social media in their pocket while they are using handphone. They can have a TV here, they can have a radio here, they can have a piece of paper here, newspaper, and then they can have online here, and then they can have a video here. So what is multimedia journalist? Again, I repeat, they are editorial staff. They have followed ethical standard, but they are using multi-platform. They are using social media. So multimedia journalism or multimedia journalists, they have to be able, one, they have to take in the videos. If I can call here, you can teach your student, they call footage. The video, you need to have footage. After the footage, we need to have another one. They call text. The first one is supposed to be text, footage, and then we have to know, it's a young generation, they love to have audio. They put it here. They put it here, the audio. They want to have, they can see the news on writing, put it in the video as a footage, then at the same time, they need to have audio. Based this of audio, they can put some, relaxation to them while they are view the news. And then the item in the multimedia journalist should have another one. After audio, after video or footage, after text, we need to have a still photo. Because sometimes when you go for still photo, people will bring back the memories. Or sometimes you couldn't get the video because the accident was past, only the pictures will be there. So we just using the still photo. Okay, another one. So we can have a graphic, for example. We need to have graphic. So these things I will explain to you one by one detail, but I would like to mention to you here, during the time of social media, we have termed social media journalists was follow ethics, was follow the facts, and was follow the integrity. But we have another person that we can call as what? We can call as social media practitioner. Our mom, our auntie, our daughters, our son, they can go everywhere to restaurant, for example. They're just taking a pictures or taking the videos, shoot the videos, and then they just upload. They are social media practitioners. They not even know the standard of media. They not even know the journalism regulatory standard. They not even know. But they are doing. They are doing for the sake of social. Just practice that one, and then they are become so-called half journalists because they are giving information to the people. But still, I said to this class, to this training, I don't accept people who are practicing social media as social media practitioner. Suddenly we award them as a journalist. No. The journalists at least have to do training, have to know about the integrities, have to know about good practice, have to know about critical thinking, very good in observe on the event. Okay? So based on that, come out another one they call multimedia journalist. Now the term of video journalism was come out. The term of video journalism, the term of multimedia journalism, the term of multimedia journalism was come out. Why they are come out? Because of technology. So we can go one by one. We can go one by one after this to explain on detail. To explain on detail what was going on digital information, and then journalism and narrative technique. How journalism have transformed from the oldest one to the new one on digital. When we talking about the ethics, I was journalist for 18 years. I have two cases in my life. One cases that I have, I win in court case, 500,000 ringgit Malaysia. But another case, I was lost, 400,000 ringgit Malaysia. And then the two cases is ethic. It's ethic. I give you an example here. One of case study. I try to short and simplify the thing. I was a cadet journalist. I follow a senior journalist. This one case, case number one. Case number one. I was a cadet journalist. I follow the senior journalist inside the car. And then during the fasting month, we caught with we handling one case with religions department during fasting month. So suddenly, one of the guys was arrested during the fasting month, not only eat but having gambling activity. So as a reporter, I do coverage, and then after come out, and then this guy was sued the company under Defamation Act. But we win that election. We win that because we find out, and then our lawyer was fighting. So the ethics. Why the ethics? We talking about the facts. He was arrested, and he said, "I'm not doing that because I'm not involved with that." But the proof was there. So journalists will report the facts. Even it's very hard to report the facts. There is the ethics. Another ethics. Another case study that I would like to share here. I was in East Coast region Timur. I'm taking care part of East Coast called Kelantan, Terengganu, Pahang. And there's one story from Kuala Lumpur, capital city of Kuala Lumpur. We have HQ there. Talking about one guy, is directors of trade industry, was involved to get one girl because somebody give girl to her in terms of to make sure that they are not disturbing the process of smuggling activity in the border between Thailand and Malaysia. It was accused he was having some sex activity with that girl because the smugglers giving the girl to him. I was sued 500,000 ringgit Malaysia under Defamation Act. I is a part of the so-called bosses at the time, but the reporters from Kuala Lumpur and from the Kelantan, so defendant and everything is involved me. So based on that, we go for the court. When we go for the court, the ethic is we cannot reveal any source that we get it in terms of to get the confirmation whether he was arrested or not. We cannot reveal the source. But in the court, the judge mentioned to me, you need to reveal the source because court want to know who's your source. That's why I said the ethic is not law. The ethic is not law. Only regulation was practiced based on your heart, inside your heart and your mind. It's not law. So if the judge say that you have to reveal your source, you have to reveal because the ethic is not law. There is a problem now when the ethic is not law. They base on your mind and your thinking, your mind of thinking. Based on that, we as a journalist, we have to follow. For example, in my first case that I mentioned to you, I report the fact because I'm a journalist. The second case, my staff also report the fact, but I have to giving or to reveal the source to the public, to the court. In the ethic, we cannot reveal the court. We cannot reveal in the public. In the ethic, we cannot reveal the source. So when we cannot reveal, so we keep quiet about our source. But the ethic is not law. That's why we have to mention that in the court. There's two cases. But in ethics, again, every reporters, especially in journalism education, every reporter was trained in the syllabus 1 semester for ethics and law. Why we need to teach them ethics and law? Because we believe when they understand the ethics and law, they can manage when they are become reporters. So you teach your student ethics is something that important that you can follow. Everybody can follow. Why we can follow? To protect journalists as a professional profession. That is the ethic. But when you start talking about the ethics, when you again in the court, you're having problem with that because ethics is not law. Fine, you forget it about that. In terms of ethics, a lot of ethics was mentioned in the journalism. The fairness, balanced reporting, you have to get two sources and everything. You have to take care about our country. You have to take care about our nation. You have to take care of the fake news. You cannot simply put the what we call that some things was not in the good facts, and something was not in the right situation. You have to make sure that your source have the integrity before you quote the stories. All these ethics is something that everybody, if you can declare you as a journalist, you need to apply. For me, I'm become journalist for 18 years. I'm not simply left every item of ethics. The only things that sometimes when you are talking about reporting of fairness and everything, when you are supporting the present government in terms of political, maybe the ethics having some difficulty to implement it. But based on your country, in Malaysia for example, some of the ethics we can follow, some of the ethics we cannot follow. In general, you can go and get the ethics and then explain to your student. There is a journalism hardcore. There is a journalism control your profession is ethic. But if I can share here, not only ethics of National Union Journalists, that you can get it from number 1 until number 12 or number 20 is based on your country. If your country said 10, if your country said 11, if your country said 15 items, should be no problem. Just follow. That is for the sake of journalism. You can follow. But I want to explain one more ethics. I'm doing my PhD on this ethic. Now I currently doing the ethics of Facebook. I'm using ethics or regulation of Facebook to check in my knowledge or my the editor knowledge in terms of regulation in Facebook and ethics. And then I'm doing this one with my future PhD student Asma Liza, and then I'm doing that master's thesis with her in terms of ethics and regulation in the Facebook. Still talking about the ethics and regulation, but we are using the editors of media, whether they are understand or whether they are aware about regulation from the Facebook have been introduced to make sure that nobody cannot simply put it something in the Facebook with something not measured by the ethics. So if you have something in the Facebook not measured, not enough information or something that extra to attack the government, for example, to attack the personal people, to regardless race and everything, you just attack the race, for example. So the regulation of Facebook will stop you to publish, and then or they do something with algorithm to make sure that your story cannot be published in their channel Facebook. So ethics, regulation, and Facebook. Then the old ethics still there is a national journalist regulation that I mentioned to you. It's a lot. If your country had 10, 13, 14, even 15, should be no problem. There is something not law, but something in your reporter mind, in your soul. Fine. I forget about that one for a while. I would like to explain to you another ethic that you have to check or you have to mention to your student. The ethic that I would like to explain here, they call organization ethic. Not many people know every press companies or media company, they have their own set of regulation, they have their own set of ethics are relevant with normal ethic, but they're based on organization. We can see that some media organization was supporting by the government, some was opposition. Some of the media, especially mainstream media in Malaysia, some only in the middle, some supporting the government, right wing and left wing sometimes. But it doesn't matter. The process that we want to learn here, whether you're right wing or left wing or you are in the middle, every organization have their own ethics. They have some of the company, they come out the books. They come out the books and then during the time when they are giving you a letter, human resource giving you a letter, human resource department giving you a letter. When they giving you a letter, they say this is regulation that you become a staff of this company. So that one we can consider as organization ethics. Why? Because every company, they have to make sure their business to become grow, not disturbing so much on the government. They are not receive more on summons, because every staff have their own situation when they're handling the media. So to make sure that every staff can handle the information carefully, or to handle disseminate information carefully, they set regulation, this thing, number A, number B, number C, they have to follow, to make sure that the company was not 100% suffering to pay the summon from the public. So to make sure that they are getting supporting from the government, they are getting supporting from the public, they are getting supporting from the companies, they will make sure the ethics of organization should be applied for every staff was paid the salary from the organization of media. We know that investigative journalism has been transformed many times. Why the investigative journalism has been transformed? Because people want to know better. I'll give you an example. The era of traditional, most of a reporter will go to the scene, taking a pictures, taking videos, and then they come back with the information. But that information, they investigate 1 month, 2 months, sometimes they investigate for 6 months, sometimes they investigate for 1 year. Based on that, they are writing, they are do editing, and then they publish in the newspaper. That is the whole of investigative journalism. But nowadays, if you can teach your students how to do investigative journalism or investigative reporting, they can do it with using a data of journalism. What is a data journalism? So you can get data analytical, how public respond with that issues. When the public respond with that issue, the public will do a comment in the social media. For example, environment issues. People will start comment. When you are posting something now in the Facebook, people will start comment. Definitely they will comment. Why they are comment? Because they are involved with computer-mediated theory. They're doing their own job to make sure that they have comment something, they can respond something. They meditate with the computers. They meditate with their handphone. We cannot blame them. But we can use them on investigative reporting. So when they are used for investigative reporting, we can get the data from the social media. How many people respond? Any team that they are focusing. Any statement was good in terms of to collect that data and then become your point. But again, investigative journalism not only to get from the data analyticals, but you have to combine with computer-assisted reporting. This computer you can search to the Google, because the investigative journalism, we're talking about environment, you have to have another one. They call the policy, was set up by the government. This is a people comment, this is a policy. So when you combine both with the data journalism, you know which intro that you are supposed to follow. You know which intro that you are supposed to highlight. Because some things new you will come out, something new information you will come out based on the data journalism that you have, because the public has comment, and then you can analyze the data, and then you come out something different from others. Because now people are talking about the facts. When the facts become number one, then the investigative journalism become popular. The thing is the combination between computer-assisted reporting that you are getting from the Google, and at the same time you get it from the data analytical, from data journalism, that bring you another chapter of the story, another way of the story, another intro of the story, another approach of the story, and then the investigative journalism become popular, and then become something that people would like to wait for every chapter of publishing. I give you an example. South China Morning Post, they're having a lot of view. They're having a lot of view from all over the world, because they are using different approach in terms of digital media. The first one they are using, they call future motion. They are writing. Last time we are talking about future. Every future writing, you need to have 30 paragraphs. But that 30 paragraph now, what they are doing, they are using voice over. They are using voice over, reading the 30 paragraph of news, and then they combine with video footage, and then they combine with audio, they combine with all the facts, and then they become a good program, and then people view, because people have time to view, because they believe this is a new approach on investigative journalism. So based on this one, you can see that a lot of new media companies have tried very hard to change the method of traditional journalism from the old one to the new one. Because why? Because they want to know that the investigative journalism have a good quality, and then have a data journalism that bring forward to get people interest to see what they are published. If you doesn't have kind of data journalism, for example, the quality journalism is very low in terms of reporting, in terms of multimedia platform you cannot use, then the investigative journalism is going to die. So teach your student using data journalism, using any software that they want. From the software that they want, they get it, the data, and then they come out something totally different. They will come out something totally different because the data that you have is a lot of variety of statement. And then from there, the investigative journalism can produce a good quality of journalism. For the break, I want you to see one of the video talking about the old investigative journalism, but was produced in the new style of platform in South China Morning Post. You can see this video after this.
When it comes to old school journalism and investigative reporting, they don't make them like John Pilger anymore.
They bombed Cambodia, a neutral country, back to the Stone Age.
The Australian journalist, author and documentary filmmaker has dedicated his life to the pursuit of truth.
It's called civil disobedience. Thank you.
And in a business overtaken by spin, misleading narratives and government cover-ups, he remains outspoken and fearless.
We must be skeptical of absolutely everything.
From the war in Ukraine,
Above all, this is a war of propaganda.
to the plight of jailed WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange,
That if Julian goes to the United States, that will be the end of him. He will die.
John Pilger discusses it all in the latest episode of Talking Post. John Pilger, thank you very much for joining us. Let's get straight to it. Now, Russia has invaded Ukraine. Now, if you ask me for my personal opinion, I mean, all war is wrong. All invasions are wrong. But at the same time, John, I do remember I was pretty critical as well of this invasion that was not happening. Just the build-up on the Russian side of the border, the build-up on the Ukrainian side, and then weeks and weeks of saying it's never going to happen. But it did. So what happened there?
Well, if you see it from the Russian side, without taking the side of Russia, it looks rather different. There was Russian troops, as you may remember, up to February, massing on the Ukrainian border, and they eventually invaded. That was the news on this side of the border. On the other side of the border, there were 60,000 Ukrainian troops who were massing on the line of contact right across Donbass. Now, Donbass, as far as the Russians are concerned, is the last stepping stone. You're close by Russia. You have a strategic advantage over Russia. Everything in modern Russian history, and in not so modern history, tells us that the Russians will never tolerate this, that they regard this as a threat, and they have much of their history to justify it. History is, in any discussion of geopolitics, history has to be part of one's analysis, even if it's not overt. It has to be understood. There has to be a basic knowledge of it to understand why things are happening or what is likely to happen. Our ignorance of Russia, like our ignorance of China in the West, allows none of that historical sense of how people see the threat and how political forces see the threat. This is not in any way to, if you like, condone Putin's invasion, but it has to be understood. So I don't think Russia is going to gain from this. Once you unleash war, then literally anything can happen.
Is this going to be a decades-long war? Because it seems like the US is determined to defeat Russia in Ukraine itself by arming the Ukrainians, by building a coalition against Russia, etc. And Putin, for whatever reason, whether it's a loss of faith or whether he's determined to stay the course, I mean, that is going to go on for a long time, right? And at the same time, there's also a distinct danger, a real danger of it escalating to something that nobody wants to see.
Yes, you must remember, though, that above all, this is a war of propaganda. And I would think almost nothing one reads in the Western press about the invasion of Ukraine is to be trusted. A skepticism, or the skills of skepticism, that I'm not sure the reading public, the watching public, particularly in the United States, possesses, that is crucial now, because nothing can be believed. Every day when I scan the media, I look at the source. It's Ukrainian intelligence. The propaganda operation in Ukraine is quite brilliant. They've managed to invent a chemical warfare attack when there wasn't one. They've managed to keep out of the Western media the fact that so much of Ukraine is infested, if not run by, but infested with true extremists, fascists, neo-Nazis, they are called. The United States may be about to fight, you're saying, or to encourage a war in which it plays a leading role in Ukraine. What to remember here is the US doesn't give a damn about Ukraine. Ukraine is simply a pawn in this. But the object, as the US Defense Secretary is, and I paraphrase him, is to destroy the Russian Federation. That's been known for a long time. That is probably the most dangerous project in the world today, because the Russians are not going to allow that.
When you talk about not trusting anything that you see in the media, unfortunately, even being a member of the mainstream media myself, I have to agree with you to a great extent there because of the disproportionate coverage in this war. It's reached a stage where anything that the Ukrainians do is glorified, and anything that the Russians do is vilified, to the extent now that you have mainstream Western media celebrating news from Ukraine, like pictures of dead Russian soldiers being sent back to their mothers. There's almost a celebratory tone in the media. And this begs the question, what happened to empathy? We're not asking for sympathy here, not asking for sympathy for the Russians as an invading force, but empathy for humans, right? For young lives, soldiers who've been sent into war, not by their choice. They follow, it's the military, they follow orders.
Well, I've spent my career working in the mainstream, and I've covered probably 7, 8, 9 shooting wars. I've never seen a coverage so utterly consumed by a tsunami of jingoism and of manipulated jingoism as this one. And that's why nothing should be trusted. I say that to people all the time. I said, unless you're going to sit in front of your television and deconstruct what you see, actually take it away with you and check it and try to verify it as much as you can. And if you can't, to discard it. Well, most people don't have the time to do that. I don't have the time to do it. Therefore, I have to say I ignore it most of the time. There are honorable exceptions. Of course there are. They're very few and far between. I mean, what has happened in my recent lifetime in the mainstream media is that, now I'm speaking about, I've spent most of my time in the British working in the British media, in the British press, is that spaces that were there for journalists who might be called, let's say, mavericks. That is, they made an effort to tell the truth. They went against the grain. That was tolerated. When I went into Fleet Street in London, starting from the 1960s, there were spaces for people like that, and I filled one of them. Those spaces have been closed. Certainly there is much more media, and there's probably much more opportunity. And yet the reporting, this is probably the first war in Ukraine reported by social media. That doesn't call on the higher standards of professionalism. But it does mean that at least we have a way to question what we see and hear and read in the mainstream media. The mainstream media is part of a propaganda war. That's not said or meant to be in any way agitprop. I'm speaking against the craft that, if you like, gave me a home through all my career. But that's the truth. And we must be skeptical. We must be skeptical of absolutely everything.
You've just had the Australian election. You have a new government in power now. Labor is back. What can we expect with the new government, given the track record of the previous one in terms of its foreign policy? Is there going to be some kind of change in its approach to the region, say countries like China, or is this just meet the new boss, same as the old boss?
I think your expectations and hopes must be kept at a very, very low level. I would think there is nothing to separate, nothing substantial anyway, to separate present Labour government from the last coalition government in terms of foreign policy. I mean, here we've had a good example where Anthony Albanese, the new Prime Minister, has just been to Tokyo to meet with Biden and Modi and others. There he had plenty of opportunity, even make a token gesture on China, especially as Prime Minister Li and others in the Chinese government had said, in effect, let's try diplomacy. But instead, he gave the world a lecture about something called Australian values. I don't know what they are. That's not diplomacy. That's playing, as Australia has been doing for too many years, and that is as an echo of the United States. So I wouldn't expect much.
One of the documentaries you made some years ago was the coming war against China. You're talking about that. Now, given the latest situation, you have the Quad being set up, the posturing, the US-led coalition against China to contain China, all that's going on. And given this new government, are we still heading towards that collision course as far as the way Australia is going about it with its Western partners, the US-led? Is there still a clear and present danger of us descending into something that nobody wants to see in the end?
I mean, it's very flattering, I suppose, that Australia should be mentioned in this way, because I don't think it matters a damn what Australia in the end does. It's what the United States does. Australia follows the United States. Australian foreign policy, its military, its intelligence community, its media, much of its public intellectual life is integrated into the United States. It's often a term of an insult to say Australia's the 51st state, but it is. It is what happens in Washington that matters. And in Australia, as in basically in the United Kingdom with various variations, the United States leads. And what they want, usually they get. The fact that China is surrounded by some 40 US bases, all the way up from Australia, new bases in Australia, all the way up through the Pacific, across to Asia, up to Korea and Japan and Okinawa, floating in bases, all aimed at the industrial heartland. of China. That is never mentioned here. It was never mentioned in the election campaign. It's never mentioned in the media. Instead, we have periodic outbursts about China's assertiveness in the South China Sea. So, there has been a sort of what they like to call now, I hate this term, but a soft war already being waged against China. That's what we live with day after day. It's extremely dangerous.
Let's talk about Julian Assange, basically a political prisoner being held on trumped-up charges. You're a good friend of his. You've been in touch with him. Now, we all know the political row over Assange's imprisonment and the fate that he's being subjected to. But can you give us an idea from your personal interaction with Julian? Give us a sense of what's happening to him as a man now, as a human being.
Well, I have it through his wife and others. I haven't seen him for about 18 months in prison, but I'm always, when I have seen him, I have been astonished at his resilience. I don't know how the man has kept going, but he has, but at some cost, as we know from evidence in the court case. And I don't think there's any doubt in my mind, as there is no doubt in the minds of his loved ones, that if Julian goes to the United States and is effectively dropped in a penal hellhole, that will be the end of him, literally. He will die. Anything is better, of course, than going to the United States. But the torture, and it's not a word I use idly, the torture he's suffered has cost the man terribly. If Julian is extradited to the United States, I think it will effectively end real independent investigative journalism. Who will take that risk again? If the United States and other countries, but if the United States mainly, can reach anywhere in the world and take a journalist for writing something or revealing something it doesn't approve of.
So one of the most egregious, outrageous aspects, if you will, of this case with Julian is that he's an Australian citizen, but Australia has made no effort whatsoever to protect one of its own. But the new Australian Prime Minister, is that just lip service? But he did say that enough is enough, something needs to be done. He said he doesn't agree with what Julian has done, but enough is enough. So is there a chance now that there may be something, that Australia will try to do something?
I think it goes back to your original question about Australia and China. And that begs another question. Will Australia deviate from the United States? In my view, no. Anthony Albanese has said, enough is enough. I think I quote him, this has gone on too long. He doesn't mention the fact the man has committed no crime. And this is a journalist fighting for his life and for the right of real journalism to publish the truth about governments. But he said nothing since. Many have appealed to him. Julian's father, John Shipton, has seen him and personally appealed to him. John Shipton has appealed to all the prime ministers that went before that. I appealed to Malcolm Turnbull, the prime minister 2 ago, that this was an Australian responsibility. The man is an Australian. Does nationality mean nothing? Well, apparently it means nothing, because Australia has not only done nothing, it has colluded with the United States to keep Julian where he is.
John, how do you carry on? How do you not feel like giving up because it's just hopeless? I'm not just talking about Julian, but in terms of the kind of journalism that you do. I see people attacking you. I see people calling you a pinko commie, that kind of stuff. How do you carry on?
Well, that's an old one, a commie, my goodness. The great journalist James Cameron once said, if they call you a communist, especially a communist dupe, then you'll know you're doing something right, you're succeeding. But look, I could ask you the same question. Ask any good journalist how they carry on, because they believe in journalism.
I feel like giving up a lot of times. I feel like giving up a lot of times.
Well, sometimes I felt like giving up, but I have such a passion for journalism. It's addictive. It has been addictive all my life. And I believe it is so important. And when you're faced with of the day after day examples of the worst kind of journalism that isn't really journalism at all, then I think that's only further encouragement to keep going. People, we have a responsibility, journalists, to our audience. We have a responsibility to give them as much of the truth as we possibly can. We can very seldom give them the whole truth. It doesn't happen, but we have that responsibility. And I've had enough response from audiences, my audience, television, newspapers, to understand that it works. It's appreciated. It's understood.
We'll have to bring it to an end now. It's been a fascinating chat, but I do want to continue in that vein, which is for the benefit of our viewers. When I was a young journalist, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, you were one of the people who inspired me. You've inspired many young journalists, and I want to tell you that all of us appreciate it a lot. You're one of the last great journalists of our times, one of the last great truth seekers, and I wish you many more years of that. People like you make the world a better place by speaking the truth without fear and favor, and long may that continue. Thank you so much.
It's very nice to hear. Thank you, Jon, and my warm regards to you and to your program.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Based on the video that you are watching just now, they are talking about the crisis is over the world right now. Everybody knows about Ukraine and Russian crisis, but journalism is something that bring the situation between Ukraine and Russian. Journalism is play a major role to disseminate the information, to give the information to all over the world. But I would like to say something here. Journalism have also played a part of report every day. Even in the war, some of journalists have been died. Some of journalists have been hurt. During the time of war, even not only Ukraine and Russia, but it's happened in Palestine. But again, this issue talking about the quality of journalism, how journalists work to make sure that the quality of journalism, the standard of journalism, the facts of journalism, the ethics of journalism, the integrity of journalism become number one in their life. So we cannot deny journalists have played major role during the war, not only the war, daily life in our life. From the earlier one I just mentioned, the journalism had transformed from the traditional to new media to social media. All kind of platform now we call as a digital media. When you are talking about digital media, they become digital narrative. They become a new style of presentation of news. I want the participant in this group come back to your university, come back to your representatives talking about digital. I would like to explain how the news was transformed. In this training, I just want to give you 2 examples. I will give you detailed 2 examples. Even I will show you the video on 2 items. The first one they call motion news. Why is a motion news? Because motion news something that interesting. People doesn't want to read so much. So we are using concept of motion news. What is a motion news? Motion news, you are taking the pictures on the scene, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, or 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. You do some interview, because the news always have some interview. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, even 30 seconds. And then you combine the video to become 2 minutes. At least 2 minutes, because the news, you cannot go long for 5 minutes. At least you can go for 2 minutes. So you combine the scene number 1, scene number 2, scene number 3, scene number 5, until scene 20 or 25. You combine every footage. When you combine every footage, become 2 minutes. The footage that you are taking from the handphone, you put it in the software, any software that you can. For example, in iPhone, iMovie there. Android, Power Directors, CapCut. It's a lot. You can use all the software. You teach your student to using the handphone, taking the video. When they go on coverage, they go and taking the videos. Or they have image of from the drone, for example. They can combine. And I consider that as a footage at the event. When I consider that a footage at the event, so the student can recording whatever event and then come back and combine the video. There is the first rule. The second rule, based on the event, they have to do writing. They have to do writing. What they can do writing, the same writing that they are using for social media, for example, or Instagram or Facebook. Even they can go for 5W1H using online journalist style, come out 8 paragraph, for example. Or they can writing fact. For example, you are trying to mention that 70% increase your GDP, for example, in your country. So you just put the figures. You just put the figures, only the figures, and then you put some word that is a percentage increasing the economy. So you not only come out the figures, make sure the figures become bigger, and at the same time you just put some very short sentence to explain that one. So the concept of motion news, you are writing short and precise with a few words, 8 to 10 words, for example, and then you highlight with yellow. For example, in videos, South China Morning Post, they are using yellow colors to highlight a few things, but the rest is a white color. The rest is a white color. Based on this video, you can see clearly what is a motion news, because the motion news was created by South China Morning Post, only 2 minutes. What they are doing, they put the sentence, they highlight the sentence, they have in the left, on the top of the left, they put the deadline with place, and also the date, and then in the right on the top they put it the logo, or they call in media they call masjid. You just put it there, date, deadline, logo or masjid, and then you put it in so-called in the videos or the sentence, the writing, and then you combine all the video, and then you put some audios over there, and then you know there is a motion news. The concept of digital narrative, or how digital media can play a new style of giving information to the public using video news. So they call motion news. When we're talking about motion news, it's a writing, it's a combination of video, the combination of footage was taken by the reporters, and then the audios, and then with the format of news, you can get more. I suggest to you, everybody in this class, try to learn from the South China Morning Post on motion news. Then I will ask you to view a few examples of motion news to make sure that you understand what is motion news. If you can see one, you don't understand. If you can see two, you couldn't understand. I try to give you more example to make sure that everybody can practice a motion news. We never leave the concept of media, writing and everything. We still have writing, we still have a fact, we still have ethics, we still have integrity, but we are using different kind of presentation of the news. Hopefully that you view this video, you can understand more, and then see this video first. I will continue later with the future motion, how to do it.
กรกฎาคมเราจะทำการเปิดเมืองรับนักท่องเที่ยวถ้าเราสร้างภูมิคุ้มกันให้กับคนภูเก็ตได้ 70% หรือ 80% ของทั้งเกาะเนี่ยเราก็จะสามารถให้นักท่องเที่ยวที่ฉีดวัคซีนแล้วเนี่ยเข้ามาเที่ยวภูเก็ตได้โดยไม่มีการกักตัว
และปลายจะทำให้ประชาชนเราเดือดร้อนหรือเปล่าในการรับคนเข้ามาอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะเหมือนที่บอกก็เลยบอกว่าก่อนจะเปิดควรจะให้ประชาชนได้รับวัคซีนด้วยทั่วถึงก่อนและ
บอสหนูเขาช่วยลูกน้องค่ะเพราะว่าลูกน้องตกงานไม่มีที่อยู่ไม่มีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็เลยช่วยให้ลูกน้องได้มีงานทำค่ะเพราะตอนนี้รายได้มันไม่ได้เยอะแต่แกเอาช่วยลูกน้องเพราะให้ลูกน้องอยู่ได้
เพิ่งมาเริ่มขายประมาณ 2-3 เดือนนี่ค่ะมาขายของเพราะว่าตอนแรกเราก็รอหวังว่ามันจะดีขึ้นแต่มันก็ไม่ดีขึ้นเราก็เลยพี่ก็เลยต้องเอาตัวรอด
We know the problems that we rely too much on the international tourism, and we are trying to balance. In the past, we have 30% domestic market and 70% of international market. We are trying to balance. Maybe in the near future, will be 50 and 50%.
With this happening now, after COVID, after the economy going down the drain, really do need this to kind of get back up on their feet.
ประเด็นสำคัญที่หารือวันนี้ก็คือเรื่องของการปฏิบัติตัวของประชาชนและการบังคับใช้กฎหมายกรณีที่กัญชากัญชงได้ถูกถอดออกจากบัญชียาเสพติดประเภทที่5ทั้งนี้ตั้งแต่วันที่9 มิถุนายนนี้เป็นต้นไปโดยเฉพาะการสูบเสพสูบบริโภคกัญชากัญชงสามารถทำได้โดยถูกกฎหมายแต่ก็ไม่ใช่ว่าจะทำได้อย่างเสรี 100% นะเพราะพิษภัยของกัญชายังคงมีอยู่มีพฤติกรรมการใช้บางเรื่องน่าจะเป็นควบคุม วันนี้ทางผู้ที่ทูตทหารก็ได้คุยกันหมดแล้วเขาก็ขอโทษมาอะไรมาแล้วขอโทษเพลงก็คุยกันแล้วนะนี่แหละคือสิ่งที่มันเป็นเขาเรียกอะไรล่ะมันเป็นเรื่องที่มันมองดูเหมือนเป็นเรื่องใหญ่แต่มันขึ้นอยู่ว่าเราจะทำให้เรื่องใหญ่มันใหญ่ขึ้นกว่าเดิมอีกไหมไงเพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้เราก็มีความสัมพันธ์ที่ดีต่อกันอยู่แล้วเพราะฉะนั้นมีอะไรก็พูดคุยหารือกันสิ่งสำคัญที่สุดก็คือเราก็จะมีสมรรถนะที่พอเพียงที่จะอะไรป้องกันอธิปไตยเราไว้ได้นะแต่วันหน้าเราต้องดูที่ว่าเรามีความเข้มแข็งทันสมัยเพียงพอหรือไม่ในอนาคตด้วยนะต้องฝาก
ตื่นเต้นครับสนุกดี กินไปด้วยแล้วก็เล่นน้ำไปด้วยครับ
ไม่อะครับมันก็ท้าทายดีพี่ กินไปไม่รู้จะลอยไปไหนบ้าง
วิกฤตดันกลายเป็นโอกาสที่ลูกค้าชื่นชอบบรรยากาศความอร่อยของหมูกระทะบรรยากาศเสน่ห์ของอาหารไทยรวมไปจนถึงวิวพระอาทิตย์ตกดินริมฝั่งแม่น้ำเจ้าพระยาที่มันไม่เหมือนใครแต่พอมีน้ำท่วมเข้ามามันกลายเป็นเพิ่มสิ่งแปลกใหม่ไปอีกลูกค้าก็ใช้คำว่ามาทำคอนเทนต์เนาะเราเองก็ถือว่าโชคดีที่ลูกค้าเมตตาแล้วก็มองว่าน้ำท่วมไม่ได้เป็นอุปสรรคในการที่จะมาพักผ่อนของพวกเขาคือหลายอย่างเลยอ่ะหมูกระทะด้วยบรรยากาศด้วยแล้วก็โต๊ะคลื่นด้วยคือโต๊ะคลื่นคือสิ่งที่ลูกค้าชอบมากลูกค้าบางคนเตรียมชุดมาเลยนะใส่ขาสั้นลูกค้าบางคนแบบพาลูกๆพาครอบครัวมาสัมผัสบรรยากาศ
亲还是比较从一而终的，就是说比较认真，比较刻苦。孩子哭嘛，就是说做父母的肯定要心疼一点，但是这个也是一种人生中的一种经历吧，这是学习中必须要经历的东西。我们当然是非常高兴的，他自己也很开心，我们也会让他放平心态，继续的去训练，去打好乒乓球。打乒乓球天分这一块，我们觉得只占很小的一部分。如果说想走专业或者想出很好的成绩的话，那他还是要自己要去努力。因为现在还太小，他毕竟才刚刚6岁，那我们就是看看他自己的喜爱程度吧。如果自己想做一名运动员，那我们就非常会支持他。那如果说只是想通过乒乓球来说锻炼一下身体，那我们也会尊重他。对于我们来说，现在就是一个业余爱好，也非常感谢大家的支持。现在也不是利用孩子来做这些商业性的东西，所以对我们来说，就是说，大家如果支持的话，能让更多的小朋友参与到乒乓球运动当中来，那这是最好的。
Based the video that you view, you can learn something from there. You still maintain the news. Why I said maintain the news? Because the word was there. And then you still maintain the masjid, because masjid was there, social morning post. And then we still maintain the deadline. Last time, in the traditional media, we put the deadline and then start with the intro. And then the masjid is inside the newspaper. They call masjid. It's inside the newspaper. But nowadays, masjid, deadline, news together in one form. So they mean the masjid, deadline, and the intro. But again, the intro, not simply intro like traditional media. They do some changing on presentation the news. So they still have the word 8 to 10 paragraph, not 12, sometimes 24. Why we cannot do until 24? 18 word in one paragraph. Because last time people will go and reading only one channel they call a newspaper. They read from there. But now in the motion news, they have one writing. They show writing is about 12 paragraph, 12 word, only 12 word, and then the rest is audio. And then you can see that how synchronized between the writing and the videos, because they always go for the videos. When they always go for the videos, how the thing was synchronized based on that. So I would like to suggest to you that you teach your student how to develop this one, to make sure that the things that you do it is according to digital style. Make sure your audio, when you teach your student, make sure your audio should be non-copyright. Otherwise, you cannot survive. If you can get it from other people in terms of footage, make sure less than 7 seconds. Otherwise, they will charge you as a copyright. So the thing that I give it you today, you can give assignment to your student that there is a new style of news was popular in the circle of journalists, multimedia journalists in the world. So the new style should be practiced, because you will come out the student with the skill of editing, with skill of footage, video, and then they will involve pre-production, production, and the post-production. Why I said pre-production, production, and post-production? Because in pre-production they have to do research first before they are writing the news. But in terms of production, they have to do a footage. They have to record the footage. After they record the footage, they combine all the footage, and then after they complete with audio, writing, and everything, put it in the video, then it becomes post-production when they are sending the video to YouTube. So this motion news is a new style that you have to do it, because one day we can see that the newspaper will be reduced, and then a new style of information will focus on the video journalism. Last, I mentioned to you, digital media become part of our life right now. Just now, I mentioned to you about how motion news replace, or we call video journalism, replace the style of giving information to the public, using the videos, using the writing, using the audios, using kind of multimedia to make sure that people easily to understand the concept. I also mentioned to you about how the creativity in terms of producing the news, because people need a new one now, the new style now, because people doesn't want to read long sentence. People want to see the facts, but the facts, for example, that I mentioned to you just now, 70% of growth of GDP, you just put it in the figures, and then put some word, GDP grows. You don't have to put very long sentence, because in motion news they call short and precise. Why short and precise? I repeat again and recap again. Why? Because people now doesn't have time to read detail, but they want to see from their eyes the videos, and also they can understand based on the writing. The video will help them to understand the issues, and then the writing will help them to understand the issues. But at the same time, they want to be fun also when they are watching that video. So what they are doing, they combine both. They combine both, writing and the videos. The core business, the rest is audio. Fine. Again, from the older one, even the participant from this training, you always heard about future writing, semi-future writing. At least in Malaysia we have 15 paragraph or 20 paragraph we can call as a semi-future writing. So if we are talking about futures, sometimes they bring about 30 paragraph. But nowadays, with the traditional media, some people will follow the 30 paragraph of the news or 20 paragraph of the news. People follow. I don't say that people doesn't follow the features writing in the media, but I would like to share here, let you explore new things in terms of digital narrative, in terms of digital transformation. I would like to suggest to you all the script of 35 paragraph or 20 paragraph, you transfer become a voiceover. Looking for someone who have a best voice, reading carefully all the content. Slowly reading, let people understand. And then that voiceover, you put it in the footage. My suggestion, motion news only 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 5 minutes. The longest one should be 5 minutes if you want. If you doesn't want, only 2 minutes is good enough. This is a motion news. Because the motion news doesn't have a voiceover. But the future motion have a voiceover. So the technique of writing here, still using the same technique, is traditional, but you transform from the printed to the voiceover. When you do the voiceover, you put it in the editing the voiceover. At the same time, we can see that the voiceover with the video. With the video that you have to combine. When the voiceover mention about the environment, and then the pictures or the video should be appear in the system of video is environment. They have to match. They have to match between this one to make sure that when talking about environment should be the pictures of the video is environment. In future motion that I mentioned, when you finish the voiceover, you do recording the voiceover, ask your student to do recording the voiceover, and then you get it all the footage was related with the topic that you are discussed, related with anything that you are to do in the coverage. After that, what you can do it is you put some. If you are talking about English, everybody know, you put some interview. After the interview, you put some, they call text or title or description about the interview. You put it there in English to make sure every future writing not only using voiceover but have some text, but not many as a motion news, because everybody will listen to the voiceover. At the same time, when you have interview, you can go for subtitle or you can go for typing something inside the video to make sure that people can read a little bit, can hear based on non-copyright music, and they can view the whole future motion. To get you understand this one, I try to show you a few videos that bring you the understanding, and then you can follow this formula in terms of writing. Again, I would like to mention to you, follow this formula, then you can teach your student how to produce future writing in era of digital media. With the concept of new things, I think the future writing, we can increase the future writings people view based on the facts, based on the ethics, and then again based on the integrity people who are doing that. I believe I'm not only say that you have to make sure that if you do it that, I can say it's become booming. Why booming? Because a new style of future writing will be introduced. Normally people will say that. People in Malaysia, they say, I don't want to read a long sentence. It's okay, we just hear from the voiceover. Or we don't want to read more because we don't have time. We want to go for another station TV, they call YouTube. It's okay, you go for YouTube. You can get the fact. Because journalists now preparing their stuff, or media now preparing their staff to implement a new style of digital media, digital narrative inside the journalism. Please view this one. Make sure you learn something from this video.
Hong Kong today is a city that is split asunder. It's very, very sad.
Hong Kong today is very much going through its transitional history as part of China.
Do not judge Hong Kong by fanciful, wrong ideas about what a self-contained, sovereign type of democracy should be, because Hong Kong is not a sovereign country.
咁點樣變化你好難控制，但係你做好個工作先，咁就會幫到個情況。我自己覺得係。55,353 cases.
人間院舍100%嘅院者。
Receive your jab as soon as possible.
Congratulations.
Patriots administering Hong Kong.
煽動他人係顛覆國家政權。
The government will formally withdraw the bill.
香港居民享有比历史上任何時候都更廣泛的民主權利和自由。梁振英下台！而家要呼籲，希望大家而家同我哋一齊入去公民廣場。
香港家長叫苦連天啊！
聽到自己國歌響起，嗰份歸屬感好強咯。
個人爭議權停止宣誓。
It doesn't allow public to voice their opinion. Those who were concerned and would like to put on masks, did so.
The story of this great city is about the years before this night and the years of success that will surely follow it.
On July 1st, 1997, Britain ceded control of Hong Kong to the People's Republic of China after ruling it for more than 150 years. The city became known as the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region.
There was a huge sense of satisfaction. China, which lost Hong Kong after the Opium War, finally resumed the exercise of sovereignty over Hong Kong. As the first community in the world that would practice one country, two systems, Hong Kong people ruling Hong Kong with high degree of autonomy, finally it's become a reality.
As a Hong Konger and a Chinese national, I was very elated. I was very proud that from now on, I can call myself Chinese and not British.
I don't recall any atmosphere of sadness or anything, or neither was there any jubilation or what. People were very matter of fact. You did not see people running around in tears, either very happy or very scared. No, people were sort of, they accepted this is going to happen.
97回歸其實係好多當年嘅香港人嘅一個心結啦，即係擔心啊、顧慮啊、惶恐啊咁。咁嗰陣時候回歸嘅時候，就大家就好擔心，就回歸咗之後變咗好似內地咁樣嘅生活條件啊，包括自由度啊，你所有嘅嘢。咁但係我哋當其時嘅就，既然國家俾咗一個咁樣嘅承諾，咁咪睇下係咪咯咁。
The joint declaration on the future of Hong Kong, which we have just signed.
13 years earlier, in 1984, Britain and China agreed to the terms of Hong Kong's handover. Beijing promised Hong Kong's way of life would remain relatively unchanged for 50 years following its return to Chinese rule under the unique one country, two systems governing principle. In the years leading up to the handover, there were signs of changes ahead. Emily Lau was first elected to the Hong Kong legislature in 1991 and re-elected in 1995. Beijing was unhappy with election reforms introduced by Britain at the tail end of colonial rule that lowered the voting age and did away with most appointed seats. So China's parliament dissolved the legislature Britain left behind and replaced it with a provisional legislative council formed according to principles of state sovereignty and smooth transition. Lao and members from the Democratic Party were left out.
Chinese government set up what they call their own stove. So they set up a provisional council which sat for 1 year, and we did not take part in that, so we were chucked out. I wasn't in the auditorium or the big hall of the convention center. I was outside the Legislative Council building, which I was in Statue Square. When the rain stopped, we got our big yellow ribbon, and we tied the yellow ribbon around the whole Legislative Council building as a sign that saying yellow is a color of hope and that we will come back.
A year later, Lao was re-elected in Hong Kong's first Legislative Council polls under Chinese rule. She would remain an outspoken lawmaker until her retirement in 2016, and today continues to be a staunch advocate of greater democracy. Leung Chun-yin, better known as C.Y. Leung, played a key role in drafting Hong Kong's mini-constitution, the Basic Law, under which it has been governed since the city's return to Chinese rule. Leung would go on to become Hong Kong's third chief executive, serving from 2012 to 2017.
I was born in Hong Kong in the 1950s. My father was a policeman. There was no democracy in Hong Kong. The freedoms of Hong Kong people were curtailed in many ways. We had no political freedom. The British Hong Kong government kept a very close watch on the so-called civil society, on civic societies, organizations, definitely on student organizations. And so I keep saying Hong Kong people should look back to those days.
One thing about the colonial government was they respect the judiciary. And the judiciary was very independent, and it would often fight against the government. And when the government lost in court, they would do exactly what the court said. So I think one important thing about Hong Kong is our freedoms were underpinned by the independent judiciary.
C.Y. Leung says the Basic Law was written after thorough consultation with all segments of Hong Kong society.
I was heavily involved in the drafting process as Secretary General of the Consultative Committee for the Basic Law. We had 180 members drawn from all walks of life. We had young student representatives, a representative from the Hawker Association, the tycoons of Hong Kong, and then we have quite a few civil servants, and then we had people of all nationalities, people of Indian origin, of Western origin, and so on. And the message given to me as the person who was in charge of the consultation process, that Hong Kong is not a political city. The people of Hong Kong came to Hong Kong from the mainland of China, or if they were born in Hong Kong, then their parents came to Hong Kong from the mainland of China, not for politics, and definitely not for political ideology. They came to Hong Kong for the economic freedom here, for the other freedoms that they enjoy in Hong Kong. And therefore, they said very clearly to me that Hong Kong is not a political city. It is an economic city.
I don't agree with that. I think the things that Hong Kong people value very much, economic success, prosperity, stability, freedom, personal safety, the rule of law, all what in one go. Not just this, but not that. When you have over 1 million people marching, of course it's not just about making money.
今日我哋而家喺個土瓜灣嘅天台裏邊啦，一陣就會拍一個追逐啊，應該係要做晒出嚟。
Long-time movie producer Tenki Tin saw Hong Kong's return to China as presenting both opportunities and challenges.
97回歸咗之後嘅，咁我哋第一時間嘅都係希望能夠融入到內地市場啦，將香港嘅電影嘅一啲我哋嘅技術啊，我哋嘅創作思維啊，我哋對市場嘅認知啊，都希望同內地可以分享，或者係咪可以去提升內地嘅拍攝啊？以拍一啲古裝片為主先啦，因為個場地夠大啊。咁到咁上下嘅時候就 CEPA 之後嘅咪有合拍片，咁啊然後大家分嗰個市場嘅利潤啦。當佢哋學識咗或者吸收咗之後呢，我哋香港嘅角色就慢慢我哋香港人嘅競爭力啊，我哋嘅角色就慢慢要退㗎啦。我自己對香港電影或者對市場呢，我一直都好樂觀。我樂觀嘅原因係基於一個叫事實，就係話全世界冇一個地方除咗香港之外，我哋拍戲係唔需要經過審查，今日諗到，聽日開得工，呢個係香港嘅電影優勢。
而家要認證先。
哦 ，OK。琴日你有冇影到？
琴日冇影，所以但係加盟咧就唔使特別影嘅。
One thing that hasn't changed over the last 25 years is Hong Kong's housing problem. The city has some of the highest property prices in the world, leaving many residents unable to buy a home or even afford to rent a suitable flat.
即係小巴喎。
Si Lai Shan is a social worker who's been working with the disadvantaged even before the handover.
係啊，房屋土地問題其實係香港一個好重要嘅問題，因為其實你可以咁講，唔單止係基層嘅，其實中產都係慘嘅嚇，因為其實樓價咁高咁貴，咁好多中產其實佢買一層樓，佢真係成世喺度供緊樓，即係當佢回歸啊，好多人好期望，同埋睇緊中央點樣去做嘢嚇，咁亦都即係好多嘅一啲即係政制啊，香港嘅社會制度啊點樣發展啊，咁同埋可能嗰個民生問題唔係咁容易俾一啲即係立法會啊，或者係俾一啲政府係好注重啊，我自己覺得係嚇。
Xi says in the years following the handover, successive governments prioritized some of Hong Kong's core societal problems, but ignored others.
咁尤其是董建華講完話貧窮委員會，到咗曾蔭權好似就取消咗噶嘛，我記得係嚇。咁你就好似當呢樣嘢唔係一件事，所以嗰段時間之後，其實喺房屋同埋喺嗰個貧窮扶貧嗰方面嘅發展係停頓咗嘅。咁所以到梁振英要再做嘅時候咧，一定係更加難嘅，係因為停咗咁多年，即係要再做。咁所以我自己覺得其實係我哋啲問題係累積咗好耐，其實殖民地都唔係做得好嘅，我自己覺得係。大家好期望回歸之後咧，自己人管，自己會做好大嘅轉變。咁但係發覺原來唔係嘅喎。我哋今晚就會即係大家一齊去港島區一啲板間房啊、農屋啊，去派一啲抗疫物資啊，咁同埋去探下佢哋，睇下佢哋有啲咩需要幫手咯。
Hong Kong's return to China not only presented residents with opportunities on the mainland, but also the chance for mainlanders seeking a better life to settle down in the city. Since 1997, more than 1.1 million mainlanders have come to live and work in Hong Kong under a one-way permit scheme. And while these migrants have gone on to become part of the fabric of the city, some Hong Kongers have blamed them for contributing to society's woes.
有啲人係講緊話，係因為新移民嚟到啫，總之所有問題都推晒去新移民，咁跟住就所有嘅問題都係總之唔見咗新移民就解決到，因為其實新移民嚟到香港，我哋睇翻個數據咧，其實最差嗰陣時需要申請綜援嘅人都係10幾個%，如果平常咧係4-5個%嘅人需要嘅啫。
Another concern in the lead-up to Hong Kong's return to China was the impact it would have on the city's economy and its status as an international finance centre. In the decades leading up to the handover, the city's economy largely changed from manufacturing to service-based. But how would Hong Kong, with its robust economy and developed stock market, fit in with the mainland financial system, whose stock market was still in its infancy? Anthony Neo was the chairman of the Hong Kong Securities and Futures Commission in 1997.
I was very conscious that people were a bit skeptical about Hong Kong at the time. I can't say I have any skepticism because, you know, I was so imbued by a sense of adventure. I would be wrong to say that I had none. The stock market in China, by 1997, the market hasn't grown very much. The world's financial markets and the people who were outside of Hong Kong were very uncertain as to whether Hong Kong would continue to be an international financial center. So a lot of my time was spent in really trying to preach the message of Hong Kong and to preach the message of one country, two systems, and to try to convince people that one country, two systems will work and Hong Kong will continue to be a financial center which services not only the mainland but also the world.
Neo says it was Hong Kong's ability to run its own economy under the one country, two systems principle that helped the city weather the Asian financial crisis that hit a year after the handover.
China at that time, in 1997, didn't really have a very large foreign reserve. I think we probably had a slightly bigger foreign reserve than mainland China at the time. So we had to pull ourselves out by ourselves, even though the financial crisis in Asia was actually exploding. You know, the markets in Hong Kong were still good. It went quite crazy right up to the end of 1997. Stock market was good. The property market was good. The GDP was rising. Everybody seems to be quite happy. And of course, then the market came down. Then we had the speculation. So we had a bad year in 1998. And then the market then went back again, right up to the time when we had SARS. You know, I still remember that I was very taken by this at the time. You know, a lot of young people were out of jobs, and some people didn't even have enough food. You know, I think this is one of the great attributes of Hong Kong, is the resilience of its systems and the resilience of its people. Without that, I think it would be very hard for us to actually weather all of these good and bad times.
In the subsequent 2 decades, China's rapid economic growth saw it transform into the world's second biggest economy and become a safety net for Hong Kong. In 1997, the city made up about 18.5% of the country's total GDP. Today, it accounts for less than 2.5%. The mainland has also provided Hong Kong with resources to help it navigate through difficult times. Most recently, medical supplies, expertise, and mainland personnel were sent to the city during a devastating 5th wave of COVID-19 infections. Perhaps the biggest challenge Hong Kong has faced in the last 25 years is the definition of what it means to live under one country, two systems. Large-scale protests in 2003, 2014, and in 2019 were all sparked and driven by concerns that Hong Kong was losing its high degree of autonomy. But former Chief Executive C.Y. Leung insists not much has actually changed when it comes to Hong Kongers' freedoms and way of life.
Our legal system hasn't changed. Our judicial system hasn't changed. Our education system, okay, has changed from 3 years to 4 years, but it's not because of the mainland of China. The fact that we drive on the left-hand side road, that has not changed. Our currency system hasn't changed. Our financial system hasn't changed. Our taxation system hasn't changed. So when people say one country, two system has changed, what has changed?
In the initial years, people were feeling okay. Of course, they did not expect democracy to suddenly take place, but at least the free lifestyle, the rule of law continued. But in about 2014, when we started to have the campaign for that universal suffrage, and the government became harder and harder, and then the Chinese government came out and say that, okay, you can have universal suffrage, but it's only when we have a limited number of candidates. So that's the time when people say, oh my God, it's not going to happen.
If you say that Hong Kong has lost part of its high degree of autonomy, that's because people had the wrong idea about high degree of autonomy in the first place. Hong Kong could elect its own chief executive, but upon election, chief executive-elect has to be appointed by the Central People's Government. It's in the Basic Law. It's in the Joint Declaration. Now, if people, as a starting point, pretend that, oh, I thought democracy in Hong Kong means that we could elect our own chief executive and Beijing should just stand aside with their hands down and just put a rubber stamp on the result of the election, then this is wrong, because it's not in the Joint Declaration, and it's not in the Basic Law.
I think it is in the Basic Law that we have direct election. We can choose the chief executive and members of the Legislative Council. Some people accuse us, or even me, of saying, we say, oh, we want civil nominations, which is against the Basic Law, which I accept because it doesn't mention civil nomination. I can accept it. If it is truly broadly representative, meaning what? Meaning many Hong Kong people can vote to choose that committee. As it stands, most people have no vote, so it's not broadly representative.
For many, like film producer Tenki Tin, one of the biggest changes for Hong Kong has been Beijing's imposition of a national security law in response to the anti-government protest chaos of 2019. It prohibits secession, subversion, terrorism, and collusion with foreign forces. Tin says the law has impacted how artists approach their work.
因為國安法佢唔係將電影有一個叫做商業品嘅看待，佢會將你呢啲你唔好拍喎，我拉你嘅喎。我哋無形中我哋嘅創作上面嘅，我哋係有咗一個叫做自我審查。但係以前你唔需要擔心，因為你拍戲啫嘛，假㗎嘛，如有類同，實屬巧合，講到明㗎啦。咁但係今日相對嚟講就冇咗一種咁暢所欲言或者咁自我可以天馬行空啦。
Now, people have said that this security law actually is designed, in fact, to snuff out freedom. That is not correct. Because if you look at the national security law, it is no worse, in fact, than many security laws around the world. People have forgotten that we are part of one country. Many people have. So now people have to really rethink their position. We cannot actually lose that tie that we have with our mother country. And in fact, from a pure economic sense, we could not possibly do that. Hong Kong has always been tied to the economy of the mainland, ever since 1841. So there's no difference now. And in fact, more so, that Hong Kong were to survive and were to prosper, it will very much need to actually create something out of that tie that we have. And that is an important tie.
Hong Kong today is full of people who are very apprehensive and worried. So many people have been arrested. I think over 11,000, and many have thousands have been charged, and many are in jail. Of course, people are very scared, and their families and friends, and some have left. Many have left. So people may not speak out.
If we did enact the national security law, you still have riots in the streets, and people will be killed. Would you prefer Hong Kong in that state or Hong Kong today? People who want universal suffrage to elect the chief executive, are they prepared to do it in strict accordance with the provisions of Basic Law, namely nominating committee nomination before election and substantive appointment by Beijing after election. Let's ask these people first these questions. If we get a yes to each of these two questions, then we have something resolved.
我覺得香港今日有冇希望個發展點樣呢？其實好靠每一個人呢，我哋嘅參與啦，同埋我哋願唔願意坐低溝通啦，同埋我哋嘅目標係咪真係為一啲即係社會嘅發展嘅好而去做溝通同埋去行動咯。
正如頭先我講過啦我係一個好樂觀嘅人啦。香港今日係對好多唔同嘅人嚟講係有唔同嘅感受，但係我自己好愛香港。
望下條海係太闊啦，只有死路一條。當時都係自己諗，條海咁闊，點樣游啊？水之前大家都係擁抱一陣，跟住就落水，足以喺條海度漂浮咗8個鐘。
Between 1950 and 1997, it's estimated that tens of thousands of men and women from communist mainland China swam to Hong Kong. Many perished, many succeeded, but all left their homes in search of a better life. They were called freedom swimmers. In 1979 alone, more than 10,000 made it across the water alive to Hong Kong. One of them was Lee Yat Kung.
喺嗰個生活入邊啦，係真係好，當時大陸係真係一窮二白，佢會令到全中國7億人民咧，個個都係綁住個肚皮去幹活。呢樣嘢令到我就係話，由細到大就開始有一種向往自由。
Large numbers of young Chinese people who'd come of age in the chaos of the Cultural Revolution had a burning desire to risk everything to escape to Hong Kong. Economically strong, culturally free, for many on the mainland, the allure of Hong Kong proved too attractive to resist.
咁當時喺廣州市啦，偷渡啦係好大鑊㗎，白天一定唔能夠行路，因為當時有民兵，有邊防軍，民兵就唔會同你講嘢，邊防軍啦就會用槍掃射㗎，係黑掹掹一片，全部都係魚塘、農田、耕地、水溝、好田。我哋一共係5個人，就足之就嚟到係最邊防嘅福田區。
That night, in July 1979, Lee and his friends decided to swim across Deep Bay, located on the western side of Hong Kong's maritime border with the mainland. swimmers had to evade patrol boats of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, endure freezing temperatures, and avoid razor-sharp oyster beds. They'd also have to dodge the watchful gaze of Hong Kong's marine police, tasked with countering the rise in illegal immigration.
You've got to remember that they were incredibly malnourished. They'd be actually weak and not really in a condition to make that swim.
Les Bird had arrived, fresh-faced, in Hong Kong in 1977 to embark upon what would end up being a storied 30-year career with the Royal Hong Kong Police Force. He was on the boats looking for illegal immigrants struggling in the water.
They get halfway across, find out that they were totally and utterly exhausted, and if they lost their flotation device, they would drown. And then also in the winter, it was incredibly cold, and if you're in the water for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, you suffer from hypothermia and you die. There were sharks, and sometimes we actually did pull people out who'd been attacked by sharks. There were bodies every day. It would be very rare for us not to find at least one dead body on an overnight patrol. Usually we would find them in the morning, because if someone drowns, they go to the bottom and then they float, after a couple of days, they float back up to the top, but not actually on the surface, just under the surface. So at night you can't actually see a dead body in the water. And there'd be the following morning, when we'd be doing our last sweep of the bay, looking for people who were still swimming, we would find a dead body, sometimes in the water, sometimes on the beach, and quite often fishermen would flag us down and point to their nets, and they'd been fishing and they pulled up someone who'd drowned.
As a junior officer in 1979, Inspector Bird would spend his nights on Marine Police frontline duties in Deep Bay, trying to find, stop, and save freedom swimmers in the blackness of the night.
There's no natural light other than possibly moonlight. It was quite an eerie sensation, and we would patrol on a very, very low gear, which meant there was no sound, and it was like drifting through darkness. The atmosphere was silence, tension, and then of course when you actually catch them, you encompass this sadness and fatigue from their side as well. It was an odd dynamic for me to be tasked with the job of catching people of similar age and similar outlook to myself probably, and then sending them back. They were always hoping they would make it, hope that even when we pulled them out that they would be allowed to stay, hope that they could make it across. In many, many cases it was hopeless because of all the disadvantages they faced trying to come across the cold, the long swim, the sharks, the patrols on both sides. But hope was always in their eyes.
This hope fueled the flow of swimmers into the water, but the reality of the crossing was often more horrifying than they had prepared for.
嗰晚落咗海面上不斷咁漂流，有啲物體，初都以為啲係大家同埋一齊偷渡，長頭髮有一個啦，有一個咧係已經浸咗好耐㗎啦，成個氣球咁肥咗，行到去面前佢仲嗌聲：喂，你快啲游啦！你唔仲要睇睇，已經係冇晒生命，冇晒性，呢啲係好感觸。為乜原因我哋年青人咧，為咗生活，死喺條海度冇。其中有兩個隸屬於一個係自己嘅童年最好嘅朋友，到今日41、2年啦，死無全屍。喺條海度，我哋係尖鼻咀上岸，福田尖鼻咀，好痛苦嗰晚，即係自己都係死過翻生，係用一點意志話俾你聽，一種意志就話 我要離開社會主義。我對於一個即係呢個生活，我係好討厭啦。我就算死我都死落去海度。就係呢一樣嘢，望到流浮山所有係好光嘅光芒，好似一粒星咁樣。之後咧，嗰種戰鬥力、嗰種奮鬥力係無可代替到嘅。
Lee had risked everything to get to Hong Kong in search of a better life, and like thousands of other freedom swimmers, he blended into the rich fabric of the city, adopting its ethos of hard work equaling economic success.
咁我都好感激、好感恩、好感恩上天，好感恩即係有香港得呢笪地方，即係話俾自己係棲身。
Okay, I try to recap again the whole situation on journalism and narrative technique on digital information to approach journalistic reality and procedure on digital content. That is the topic was given to me to apply as a practical project. Why I can teach the student on practical project? Because I'm from the industry. I'm from the traditional, I'm moving to the new media. I'm moving to social media. So, whatever situation, journalism have their own standard. Whatever situation, media organization have their own standard. Based on that, editorial of the staff or the media now have to transform their staff to become multitasking, but they still have ethics, they still have the facts, they still have the integrity. Based on this one, as I mentioned to you, if I can repeat again, we have the old traditional one journalists, broadcasting journalists, online journalists, we have solo journalists, we have mobile journalists, we have student journalists, we have social media journalists, we have social media practitioners, and then come up with a new concept they call video journalism, come up with a new journalist they call multimedia journalists because internet, because of technology. But anything happen in journalism, we cannot run away from journalism standard. You cannot run away with media standard. We cannot run away with a good practice, a good transparency, accountability, and critical thinking. Journalists should have critical thinking. And then, normally people say, how to do investigative reporting, go to the scene and get the news, investigate something. But from this training, I would like to mention to you, using data journalism to get new style, to get new view on data journalism. Because the data journalism bring you a new idea in terms of to come up something. I also believe people in this training understand the SDG journalism, because you're having courses to teach you about SDG journalism. The understanding about SDG, I don't relate here. I don't get involved here. I don't teach you here because I believe you understand already. But I try to giving you a new style of digital to relate with SDG. And then in terms of investigative reporting, I did mention to you about both sides. That means you get from comment from the public using all kind of software to get the comment, to get data analytics. There is a data journalism, and then you can get the policy from the Googles, You can search, and then you combine that, it becomes something new to invest, to investigate news in this era. At the same time, I brief you in digital platform on motion news, on future motion. You saw a lot of example of future motion. You saw a lot of example motion news. Why I give you a lot of example? Because when you see, then you will believe. You can see a lot of people view. When I show the video, you can see a lot of people view. A lot of people comment. Why they view? Because they believe with a new style of presentation of future and news. They very like it, and then they are supporting because the technology, because the bandwidth, because of internet have been surrounding them. It's easy for them to watch. That's why they give comment, and then a lot of people view. And then in terms of writing, I think I mentioned to you a new style of writing. Last time we are always focusing on 5W1H. We believe in 5W1H will bring something. Yes, I agree with you. But I would like you to try a new technique in terms of writing. Combine the new technique with video. Combine the new technique with audio. Combine writing with still photo. Combine writing with animation or graphic, the infographic, for example. So these are new things that you can apply or you can teach your student during your time on this project. The example was given to you. I believe even you can find out after this more video toward a new style of future motion, and then more video, a new style of motion news. There is a conclusion that I would like to say here. Something that new, if you try, you don't see something moving if you don't try something new thing. So to moving journalism to another chapter, you have to do something new. And then I believe, even my student here in University Utara Malaysia, they can produce future motion. They can produce motion news. Why? Because now a young generation have been practiced their way using videos, text, and audio. It's a part of their life. With that note, I hope that you enjoy this training with a new thing, and then hope you can practice more style in digital media. So with that note, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. So this was our first part of the third session for training the trainers for the module of SDGs, journalism reporting. Thank you for our team from UUM. We'll see, Mina and I will see all of you at in 15 minutes. I think it's 5 o'clock in your area, if I'm not mistaken. Right, so take your time, go and relax, have a quick break, and we will come back. See you soon. Thank you all.
Te aud de auzit, Adina.
Da? Încercăm să facem un share screen.
Rămânem aici, tu vezi ce în spatele meu. Desenat.
Da.
Ce-i desenat, dacă te uiți în spatele meu? Ce-i desenat în spatele meu?
O balanță.
Yeah!
A justiției.
Da, care nu prea are nicio treabă cu... Nu e a justiției, a jurnalismului, dar nu prea se regăsește. Am zis să nu mai desenez, știi? Da, am uitat, stai să-ți arăt. De bine
hey,
că
Kavi!
Hi,
hey.
Kavi!
Hi!
How are you, darling?
I'm so
all
great.
good?
How about you? Yeah. How
It's
about
good
you
to
and
see
your
you.
son?
So you came back from your
from
the
Thai.
exchange program or another I don't know, was it another
project?
Sorry?
It's another project from Thailand.
Okay. Yeah. Project. Sorry. Okay, Mina.
Yes.
Shall we begin?
Yes, if we have public here with us,
we do.
I suppose
the recording has started. So
yeah.
Hello everyone, good afternoon and good evening where you are. It is nice to see you all again for our third meeting of training the trainers sessions for the SDGs journalism reporting program. This initiative seeks to engage with teaching, practicing and researching journalism with a focus on the UN 2030 agenda and the 17 goals that come with it and their prevalence in the media. Together, we are all in this project to create and adapt a journalism reporting course with a focus on the SDGs, on the outlines designed by our colleagues from University of Battambang. They help you. Thank you, Kavi, for your effort. So they designed two outlines, one for a 6-month course and another for the whole year. Outlines with specific learning goals in mind, relating to themes that have a clear link to journalism and sustainable development, offering us concrete tools to implement knowledge on SDGs and address skills set required for professional media reporting on these goals. The course was based on an exhaustive needs analysis and a real-life transnational approach based on exchange of best practices. Mina and myself And together with our colleagues from the University of Malaysia, UUM, we created the capacity building materials on which we based these training sessions. They have been created starting with the outline from the 6-month course. And it's a course guide in an effort to align our work with universal values such as gender equality, cultural diversity, access to education, extreme poverty, environmental sustainability. Our goal and the goal of these training sessions is to help the students understand the role of journalism in inclusive access to all of these goals. Another objective would be to share a wealth of resources, useful tools to collect data, to produce knowledge. So with the help of these PowerPoints and the recordings that there will later be available, you can structure your lectures and go through resources and materials and learn about practical actions and best practices. So just to refresh your memory, Mina, if you can share your screen just to go through what we have done so far. So far, we have touched on the first 2 modules. Module 1, which addressed the World Agenda and the SDGs to offer an overview of the foundation of these goals, to explain their formation, how the framework was developed, and how it can be used to address long-standing and challenging sustainable issues, to observe the relevance of the 17 goals in your countries in general and local areas in particular. Then module 2 went much deeper into the concept of sustainability as the basic concept that activates the SDGs and their application. We have created feedback forms, and we are still waiting for you to complete them. I will share in the chat the first 2 forms for feedback. We are still waiting for you to answer them. We need them completed by the end of this day, or at least tomorrow. We need all your feedback answers. And also, you have to be aware that there are self-assessment tests that you are also required to complete. For this training module, there will be self-assessment form, Google form, also to be read and completed, fill out by the end of this week. And also for the 4th module and the 5th module as well, we will have both self-assessment forms and feedback forms. So please complete them and send them to us. Thank you. Okay, a bit long of an introduction. So Mina, please, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone. I hope Zoom will be more friendly with me in this second part of our session today, training session today. We are in, if you can see my screen, we are teaching today journalism and narrative techniques of digital information today. We try to finish all units in this module, but we are not sure that we have enough time today. So if we not finish all units, we will let maybe unit 6 to be taught next week, next Friday, in the same agenda. Unit 1 is about journalism, regulatory standards, and media standards, style books, and global charters comparative, editorial staff and ethical standards, media observatories, typology and function, good practices of transparency, accountability, and critical thinking in the observatories. For the first unit, we have 6 hours here. You can notice on the slide. And we propose some general question so what does plural journalism mean? How can we map it globally, nationally, or locally? How do we define different types of journalism? How do they relate to professional ethics? What does the media landscape look like in your country? What are media observatories and what is their role? For objectives, we proposed these objectives could be transformed in competencies. Of course, if you observe on the slide, we divide professional competencies and transversal competencies here. For example, journalistic ethics knowledge, the ability to problematize ethical issues in professional journalism, ability to work with data, scientific studies, articles, and report, critical thinking, always on all the slides, but in plus argumentation and public speaking skills, and the team working skills, because we have some exercises that encourage your students to present and speak for audience and so on. So we have 6 hours for this first unit, and we divide the hours into 2 parts as usually, to be more simple to organize the content. So we have 1 hour and a half for a theory presentation and 1 hour and a half for the practical activities. You will see until in unit 6, we have only practical activities, only writing, only exercise on news and podcast on the multimedia materials. So for the first unit, we still have theory presentation. So this is about the content. And we think that we could start to present your course, your theory, discussing and problematize concepts such as freedom of expression, public interest. It's a very relevant and very important concept, public interest. It could seem be very simple for students or for a person that are interested in media, but it's the most relevant thing is that students know that they as a future journalist don't work for politicians. They don't communicate for politician interests, for government interests. They do not work and speak and communicate for corporation interest or for other kind of organization interest. They speak, they communicate, they work, they gathering data, they publish for the people interest, for the society benefit, and for the people needs. So in this presentation, you could present and discuss what independent journalism is versus partisan media, to put this concept in the mirror and to explain the differences. A lot of mainstream media, for example, in Romania, are partisan. they have a ideological tendency. So maybe, of course, we have a lot here in Romania, a lot of media outlets, independent media outlets. You can discuss with your students about the differences because they are so important. So why journalism is not the same in the world? What generates these differences? Maybe you can discuss with your students about pluralism of what means the pluralism of media and the pluralism of journalism. What kind of journalism is mainly practiced in your country? What obstacles and pressures do journalists in your country face? We think that you should have a contextual approach to journalism and explain to students why professional journalism matter more than ever today, because in such a noisy landscape, we have a lot of voices that are talking, and some of them, of course, produce a lot of disinformation. Talk with your students about quality journalism versus yellow or tabloid journalism, professional journalism versus citizen journalism. It is important that your students to know that citizen journalism is good, not bad, but it's a non-professional kind to do journalism. It could be very helpful for professional journalists because media outlets don't have so many human resources all over the country or the region to cover some topics like accidents or natural disaster or acts of corruption, for example. So it is important that citizens to be educated, media educated, and help journalists to do their job. But citizen journalism is amateuristic way to do journalism. Is not a professional form of journalism. It could be helpful, of course, but this citizen journalism may complete in a happy way what the professional journalism used to do every day. Always insist on the differences between facts and opinion. Talk about sources and level of assignment. Maybe, I don't know if you could see the table behind me. I have to, and then redesign this again. Have you ever heard about about levels of assignment in journalism? What is the most correctly way to get the information. The information is on the record. But we don't have all the time as a journalist the possibility to get the information with in this way, with permission and acceptance of our source, human source, for example. So we have another 4 possibilities, but they are not considered as ethical, and some of them are used in investigative journalism. On background, on deep background, and off the record. the information that it get in this way, a journalist cannot use it. It's not ethical. And about these two situations, we can discuss next time if you are interested in. So we need to explain, as teachers, to explain our students, our journalism students, how is honest and how is the best way to reach information for journalistic materials. Insist on the relevance of news journalism and investigative journalism. If you can, all the time, and the topic is fit for this, address the connection of journalism with science and experts. Sometimes you may correlate it with the recent global health crisis, and you can give example of good practices in your own country. Also, it's very important for students to detect and understand the role of professional journalism for the benefit of societies, as well as its function: information, investigation, filtering, education, considering the public interest all the time. For the seminar, for the practical activities, we propose exercise. You can divide students into teams, 4 or 5, and ask them to do a half-an-hour desk research on their own devices, and ask each team to propose and describe one independent newsroom in your country. For selecting this example, they must consider the technical characteristics of the site as functionality, update, menu, interactivity, links, etc. But they have to focus mainly on the content as topics, to see the topics, what topics are in journalist, that journalist site, headlines, tone and style, angles of events, angles of approach, sources. An important detail in the analysis of journalistic site is transparency. If there are information about editorial staff and financial resources. The purpose of this seminar is for students to compare and understand the differences in quality, autonomy, and ethical standards between the various media outlets in your country. For the second part of this unit, we have 1 hour and a half of theory presentation. You can discuss the role and the responsibility of professional journalism by integrating the press into the current digital media ecosystem. So you can present challenges such as fake news, digital disinformation or misinformation, hate speech amplification, give example of fake viral digital content from the pandemic, because we had a lot of examples all over the world, not only in Romania or Asia, all over the world. Challenge the role and the responsibility of professional journalism by integrating the press into the digital media ecosystem. Present and discuss current challenges as what I said before. It's a repetition on the slides, excuse me. To understand the role of the media observatories, it is important for students to understand the deviation of online content that claim to inform users. At this point, it is important to explain to students why skepticism and critical thinking are important when consuming news. I think this is a first lesson for what we called media literacy and media education. activate our skepticism, our critical thinking, and to be focused on details when we have a content under our eyes. Provide students with quick fact-checking investigative tool to detect false information. I want to show you, I hope this will work, a very good resource, a digital resource to use with your students. Just a moment. You have here a lot of, Adina, can you see?
Yes, but you have to move to center the document. We see only the right, the right hand side of it.
But I don't. Oh, I tried.
Okay, yeah, there.
Okay, this technique.
Yeah, okay.
So fact-checking and investigative journalism tools. Maybe you've already seen this resource. You have a lot of examples here. Investigative journalism manual, for example, is also a very relevant and good resource for your students. I use this now. This verification handbook, latest edition. This is a very consistent material in this link. Teach your students how to evaluate the credibility of a news site, of a journalist material, video material, or text and photos, to notice the source of the photos, to use Google Images tool to identify the source of the photos. So to verify every content they consume, and links used in the materials are functionally are relevant. These links they complete the information from text to evaluate, to verify, to understand what is behind these links. Out the most effective strategies to counteract the rise of digital misinformation and disinformation. There is different sense between disinformation and misinformation. If someone knows the differences, could write it in the chat, and we will take into account when we will evaluate the assessment. So it's a difference between misinformation and disinformation, a semantic difference. Talk to students about the possibility of digital projects that combine human knowledge with artificial intelligence to find solutions to counteract harmful phenomena such as mis or disinformation. For the practical activity, we propose 2 case studies: Media Observatory Initiative and European Digital Media Observatory. So 2 kind of media observatory to analyze, to notice, to discuss about. You can divide the students into 2 groups and give each one a case study to go through and note the most relevant aspects, such as context, role, necessity, conclusions related to countering disinformation and misinformation. Encourage students to present the main working group
the main working group comments for each of two case studies insist on capturing aspects of interest to the audience, paying attention to the content, but also the form of the presentation. And in their presentation, ask them to be accurate and clear and to develop their public speaking skills. You can also generate a discussion, a debate maybe. Are there any media observatory in your country? If not, why not? If yes, are they functional and helpful for journalists and citizens?
Mina, I interrupt you to tell that Charity provide us with an answer. Misinformation, inaccurate information, disinformation, deliberately deceptive information.
Charity, 10 points in Romania is the biggest note you can. Thank you. So
the grade for the best students, it's 10. Yeah.
Yes. Maybe a lot of people in the digital world that use platforms, social platforms, don't have intention to manipulate or to produce chaos when they spread, when they post, when they put some links on their Facebook or Instagram. So it's an unintentional disinformation, misinformation.
Misleading, yeah.
Misleading, that's the word.
Yes.
Thank you, English teacher. I appreciate a lot your help. So, some highlights, recommendation for this unit. You know, starting with module 3, the emphasis will be on journalistic theory and practice related to SDGs in line with internationally valid ethical standards. For a differentiated approach to the topic related to media law and ethical journalism, you could use this resource or another one to explain the students how the ethical and issues and standards and principles work in journalism. It's important to remind them in every unit this, because we try to educate professional journalists. Students should continue to follow the international quality media, as well as the national and local press, professional association of journalists. There are a lot international, but I think in every country has professional association and NGOs that are preoccupied and interested in professional media. NGOs dedicated to sustainable development and especially the scientific resources in the field of SDGs. I think another relevant aspect is students should be encouraged to form a mindset specific to professional journalists. And curiosity, reflexivity, and boldness are necessary traits in the professional journalism. So they should try to understand the course of the world and its global problems, identify issues for the future development of both local community and the world, be attentive to decisions and the statements of authorities, to question them, not only to believe them, to develop critical reflexes, and especially to always consider the public interest. Understand that today journalism is plural, and can be practiced in a variety of forms. However, values such as honest truth thinking, impartiality, rigorous documentation, verification of sources remain fundamental values of professional. So we are at unit 2 here, I think. No. Let me verify. Yes. Yes, this is a unit 2. Yes. Specialized investigative journalism procedure, types of journalism, of course, related to SDGs, development journalism, sustainable journalism, solution or constructive journalism, and journalism resources, journalism and new media, online journalism, fake news, and counter narratives. These are the main topic that you should include in your presentations if you have time, or you may choose some of them. For the course, I propose to start your lesson with a very useful resource, a short video from Reuters, from Digital News Report. Reuters has a very relevant and useful resources, as you know, probably, or some of you know, probably, in journalism. So you think at Reuters like a benchmark in professional journalism. For introduction, you could talk about what professional journalistic landscape mean, referring to the typology of journalism, and you could taking into account such criteria as channel. We have digital or multimedia, TV, radio, print, of course, all media depend on channel. We have journalism depends on field of specialization. We could divide journalism, political, we can talk about political journalism or social journalism, journalism in sport journalism or cultural journalism. We could consider degree of autonomy, and then we are talking about independent media or partisan media, alternative media maybe. Or we can consider institutional editorial model, mainstream and alternative media. We can take into account specific of documentation and editorial work. We can talk about news journalism, data journalism, scientific journalism, investigative journalism, or degree of coverage. International, regional, national, local. There are so many criteria. You can describe the media, professional media landscape using some criteria in your presentation. You also should develop concepts as investigative journalism and SDGs. Talking about development journalism, sustainable journalism, solution or constructive journalism. Where are the links on the slide? You can find resources to describe and define and talk about this kind of journalism. Constructive journalism is tendency, I think, in journalism for all people and all professionals that are over saturating about negative news. And constructive journalism try to find another way to do journalism more focused on solutions. For example, you can develop these ideas and give examples what constructive journalism means. Include in your presentation a description with examples. As I said, you have some resources on this slide. And in my documentation, I found some case studies from a casebook of good practices in investigative journalism. You should conduct the presentation and discussion to your country and your region, and identify and give and discuss some relevant example of journalistic investigation in your country. For the practical activity, I think the best way, and I tell you why, is to have a guest speaker, an investigative, if it's possible, of course, an investigative journalist to come in front of your students to present his or her work and talk about what investigative journalism means in from his or her experience. If it is possible to relate, connect his or her work to sustainability is the best. Ask your guest to discuss with your students about the challenges, risks, and of course the successes of journalistic investigation. I have an example. We organized, I don't know, 2 months ago, maybe in our faculty, a kind of presentation and workshop with a very known journalist, investigation journalist in Romania. This is the guy. His name is Cristian Delcea, and we, just a moment. The text is from our Facebook page. Our Facebook page is called Journalism and Communication and PR in Sibiu, Romania. So we had as a guest speaker and into a master class this guy. His name is Cristian Delcea, and he is editor-in-chief of Recorder. Recorder is an alternative independent media outlet, very vocal and already notorious in Romania, and we appreciated a lot their work, their investigative work. So for us as Department of Journalism, is important to bring in front of our students relevant professionals in journalism. This meeting was preceded by watching the movie Spotlight. If you didn't see it again, you could find it on internet, I think. This is a film about one of the most resounding and impactful journalistic investigation of a local newsroom, and our students enjoyed it very much. But they enjoyed more the discussions after the film with Cristian Delcea. Their journalistic work is focused on show the hide part of corruption, and they are talking about Orthodox Church, for example. I remember a notorious investigation video that they made this year about Romanian Orthodox Church, and found how they spend the money, public money. This was the topic. And I remember some years ago, Recorder had an excellent SDGs material, journalistic material. They made an interactive map with the potable water in Romania. So you could choose a city or a village on this map, and you could see if the water is good to drink. And was a very professional material and very useful for the people, because many of us didn't know that in some regions in Romania, the water is not good for drink. So, and I have another example, and I want to talk about this, this lady. She's very brave. But we are proud that she graduated our faculty in the past. Her name is Emilia Sharkan, and maybe is at the moment she is the most known female journalist, investigation journalist in Romania, because 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago, she had the inspiration to find a niche for investigation. And this niche is about plagiarism in Romania. So she focused for almost 10 years on PhD thesis of politicians in Romania, and their her investigations, I don't know how to express in English, Adina au aruncat în aer.
They blew up institutions, and
Yes.
Her investigations contributed to unveiling lots of papers that have been plagiarized, and lots of political figures who acceded to certain positions, either in academia or in public service, in administrative public positions. They had to resign and accept the consequences because of these investigations.
Yes, and this image on the slide is the cover of her book, latest book. The book is called The Factory of PhD Thesis. And she put into the book the materials, the texts and articles from this year about top politicians' plagiarism in Romania. Some of the consequences and the pressure on this lady are this: she was harassed, threatened with death, and blackmailed. And yesterday in Romania, we had a very good news. Some people that threatened with death Emilia Sharkan were convicted to prison. So the work in investigation journalism are functioned in some countries, I don't know in other, and we appreciated a lot her investigative work. We think we need this kind of work. She's very, as I said, she's very brave. She didn't give up depression and harassment and intimidate situation, and she continues her work in the same way. So we are at unit 2. We go further with the information, with the content of the course. You could make in introduction, make a short presentation with example of the social media concept. We try to find on this map, digital map of the digital world, which is the place for professional journalists. You can talk about what means Web 2.0, what means participatory media, collaborative platform, and to continue discussion about citizen journalism. You can use short video, infographics, or other visual resources to show your students the evolution of social media platforms and to connect this with journalism, because journalism has changed a lot nowadays. And a very useful resource you can find here is talk about Data Reportal. I don't know if you reached it already, but Data Reportal is a very, very good resources to use in your classes with graphics and diagrams and a lot of useful data and information for journalists. During your presentation, you should insist on specific of journalism, professional journalism, and its connection with SDG topics, and which are the challenges of social media for newsroom. Algorithm, artificial intelligence, bots, trolls, polarization as phenomenon, hate speech, this information affects, of course, the work of journalists. And I put here resources very good to see how the newsroom has changed being affected by these changes. So I go further. For the next seminar in this unit, so Unit 2, you should try an exercise, a fact-checking exercise. We do this very often in our seminars at the school because we cope every day with conspiration, rumors, hoaxes, joking, and we try to analyze this kind of content and to observe, to notice how disinformation is spreading in a digital world. So practice fact-checking and find useful tools for this. You've already seen on slide, previous slide. Ask students to identify sites and media content in your country that are misinformed, scheduled. Encourage them to notice what they have in common. How can deep fakes be detected? So it's maybe the moment to open the discussion about deep fakes and give them examples. We have a lot here in our region, deepfakes with Zelensky, president of Ukraine, or Obama, the former president of the United States. There are a lot of examples on internet. You could find them and discuss them with your students. Encourage your students to think collaborative and work together to find the best and the fastest method and tips for spotting fake news. Of course, always encourage them to think critically, explain why skepticism is good when we are consuming news, and why it's important for journalism to help users get the news that's important and relevant to them. And some highlights. Now that your students have learned about ethics, values, principles, and standards of professional journalism, they could research, compare, and reflect on joining one of the professional communities on this list. Also, it's a list with examples. You can use it on your classes depending on their future interests. In order to understand the basic process of journalism, which involves, the criteria for selecting the topic, the documentation, sources and resources, verification, data analysis, data tracking, choosing the angle of approach, own elaboration with discussion of journalist material in the most appropriate form, And of course, after that, dissemination and monitoring of impact and reactions, continuation of the series if the subject requires it. And I put here also some resources, examples, case studies to see from investigative manual. You can find it here. Encourage to discover your students to discover and follow constructive journalism media platform. There are a lot, many examples, site or project. You can start from here. I do not open any link because we don't have time to finish all units today. It's a material from Deutsche Welle, very good and very professional media outlet, professional media outlet, and continuing with scientific perspective. I put here scientific article about constructive journalism to have in-depth perspective approach about what constructive journalism means. So I am in time, Adina. This is unit 3. Adina, you're here? No. Okay. So beginning with unit 3, I think it's relevant to start the discussion and presentation about what news is and what news isn't. So the course questions, some course questions are: what does documentation in news journalism mean? What are the main sources and resources for news journalists? What's the news? How to build a news story? How do we correlate information journalism with the sustainable development and implementation of SDGs in your country? And the objectives that could be transforming competencies are the habit of working with certain data, figures, and statistics, expert sources, online resources, of course, the ability to ask questions to get relevant answers, research and documentation skill, the ability to write professionally in terms of journalism, of course, quick correlative, and of course, always critical thinking. For this unit, we have 3 hours, but this is just beginning of talking about news, because in unit 6, we have, if I remember, 12 hours about writing. So for this unit is just beginning, and I put here 1 hour and a half for a presentation about news and the practical activities to start work on writing news. When I started many years ago to learn journalism in a journalistic school in Sibiu, a lot of time there were some metaphor that our teacher used to deliver to us, and they said about the mass media is a watchdog. I don't know why the dog is always present in metaphors about media, because dogs are so nice and friendly, and I don't know. I don't agree this metaphor, but it's a cliche spread all over the world that journalism is a watchdog for society. And another cliche, this time when we are talking about the news, what's a news? When our teacher said in the past, journalistic teacher said in the past, that when a dog bites a man, this is not a news. But when a man bites a dog, this is the news. And we laughed with Adina yesterday, and Adina said to me, and when when the dog is the president, this is a very big story for a journalist.
So if the dog bites, yes, if the dog bites the president, not an average man, yeah, that would be breaking news, right?
So some news values in journalism here on the slide as proximity, controversy, personal influence, suitability, impact, bizarre, human interest, timeliness. This is the most important, I think, because the news are about what happened in the moment, in the right moment. Progress, genuineness, completeness, and negativeness. For the seminar, I think is the moment to practice writing news, and you could ask your students to start practicing writing at SDG News to answer some requirements, such as to think of one topic that is related to with SDG, and to ask themselves, is it of interest to my audience? It is current. Does it bring useful information to us? What is the best coverage perspective? Which are the facts? And which are the opinions or statements? How to convert facts into relevant information to state as accurately, neutrally, and impartially as possible what it is about. I have to, but I don't know. I have to make this some here. I have time enough, Adina.
Yes.
I don't know. Because we often hear about impartiality in journalism and neutrality and balance. There are some concepts that I use to describe the process of news, but I think it's good to know what false balance means.
Mina, we can't really see on the board.
Now?
It's because of the light. Yeah.
Oh, the light. Okay, I don't lose any time, and I try to explain without any support. Always we talk about balance in journalism, but I wanted to ask what means false balance. It's an important and relevant concept. For instance, when we are talking about vaccination, any kind of vaccination, I don't know, for different disease, or maybe for COVID-19, we may ask, as a journalist, professional journalist, we may ask opinion, but some of sources are in the opposite side. We have experts, for example, but we have also influencers or vloggers. So in Romania, 1 year ago, in a TV studio, were invited by a professional journalist, were invited two persons. One of them were epidemiologist and expert in jabs or vaccination, and the other invite person invited were a politician who and his position was anti-vaccination. So this is a kind of false balance. We cannot put in the same position an expert with a blogger or influencer or another kind of I don't know, person who doesn't have any background, professional background in on the topic. For this seminar, I think it's a very good moment to teach your students about inverted pyramid. Inverted pyramid is a way, a very simple way to structure your the text in journalism. We have a pyramid, and on this side of pyramid we have a first paragraph is called lead, and we have the main information resumed here on this side. Maybe next time, Adina, we will develop this structure to discuss about every paragraph on when we are writing the news, and to answer the main questions in journalism, the 5 W's, and the how, to explain how to students could write very clear and useful structure, very useful the information for the audience, their audience. At the first sight, it could seem be simple, but it's not. You will see, it's not simple. So I put here on slide some issues to take into account when the students are practicing writing news. How, for example, they have to think, how do I get the statements I need? How to use the quotations? How do I illustrate the news? I make the photo, or I take the photo from web. And when I take a photo from web, why is not, or when is not ethical to do this? Talk with them about photo, video, infographic, and animation in their news, in their multimedia material. Which image is complementary to the text and best suited? How should I use images ethically, as I said? How and where do we place links with relevant information and for a valuable in-depth reading? How do we build the lead, the first paragraph of the news? And of course, how may I construct a title, a good title, after the news is written? So some highlights for this unit, and after that I will let Adina to continue with unit 4 and unit 5, and I think, Adina, we will let the unit 6 for the next Friday.
Yeah, in fact, it wasn't even a unit. It was more of writing, intros to writing and creating media materials. So I think they will they will be a very good fit for the practicum, as an introduction to practicum. So we can link them better in the next training.
So some highlights for this unit, unit 3: guide students to monitor and critically reflect on the mainstream news in your country. Encourage them to discover independent news sites and examples of good practice in the production of SDG news. It's very important for students to practice designing and writing news all the time. from this module, maybe you can start earlier with them, with prior documentation in the field of SDGs, to identify the problem that the community is facing, to observe the action of the authorities, the way in which they solve or not solve the problems of the respective area. Remember, valuable news is about real facts, put in the right context, with the right sources, with accurate, neutral, and accessible language. News topics are everywhere. Most of them are implicitly related to sustainable development. For example, corruption, poverty, pollution, discrimination, inequalities, but many more. Encourage students to develop their nose for topics that can become important and relevant news of interest to the public. Stay connected with pressing sustainability topics. Encourage students to be informed about human rights organization or environmental organization website. Identify experts and potential guest speaker for your seminar and practical activities to do a workshop with your students. So in this point, Adina, I think you could.
Okay. Yes, I will share my screen and I will continue from here. Okay, so yes, we move on to. We are still in module 3. The next unit, which flows somehow from unit 3, we will continue. To talk about investigative journalism, quality journalism, and data journalism. Can anyone see, Mina? Anyone can see the slides? And
I can see.
Okay?
I can see them. If you can, yes, it's better now.
Okay. Right, so we will dig in statistical analysis and reports from international agencies, documentation standards, and journalistic procedures. I have to, okay, so this is the time management. The time management for this unit, there will be 2 sessions of lectures and seminars completed with a 3-hour workshop or another presentation of practical activities, research guidelines. However, we focused on a workshop. The resources suggested in this unit, but also in this module in general, are an overview of a wider horizon. We wanted to, we seek to spark students' intellectual curiosity, their desire to research and gather their own materials. We proposed a mix of teaching methods, combining both, as you can see, theoretical presentation, theoretical lectures, and hands-on workshop based on peer-to-peer mentoring, collaboration, the exchange of experiences and knowledge. As future journalists, our students are expected to be content creators and to experiment with different tools, with different methodologies, either individually or in smaller groups. Hence, a mix of teaching methods will be used, including lectures. You can choose to go for team presentations, and we strongly advise case study discussions. Of course, these are only suggestions. You can always adapt and adjust the material and tailor everything for your class. The theoretical frame brainstorm ideas about the concept of investigative journalism and write keywords on a flip chart. What would your students want to investigate? How? But more importantly is whom should our students want to investigate and why? Journalists need to expose criminal activities, abuse, corruption in all aspects of public life, human rights violation, ecological disasters, many other important issues. You can refer to the Watergate scandal, or maybe you can tell your students to read about this and watch the movies, or The President's Man, or Spotlight, which was mentioned by Mina earlier. Both are centered on famous investigation stories. Of course, not all journalists will come up and with investigations that will spur the interest for a movie, but all investigations are equally important because the purpose, and students need to understand that the purpose of investigative journalism is to unveil matters that are concealed either deliberately by someone in a position of power or accidentally behind a chaotic mass of facts or circumstances, and the analysis and exposure of all relevant facts to the public. In this way, investigative journalism crucially contributes to freedom of expression and media development. This is what the creators of the story-based inquiry, the manual for investigative journalism at UNESCO, advise us. In the post, another interesting resource is the Watchdog's Guide to Investigative Reporting, a simple introduction to practice and investigative reporting. So in the post-digital era, journalism in general and investigative journalism in particular faces a radical change in the way information is collected and interpreted. Investigative reporters need to deal with various data sources, new tools, new ways in which information is disseminated, and a lot of disinformation and fake news that become viral, they viralize. The investigative journalists are challenged thus to find new ways to find facts, uncover justice and misuse of power. They need to draw on credible sources to sharpen their inquiry and interpretative skills. In other words, to go beyond day-to-day journalism. There are no easy definitions for investigative journalism or investigative reporting, but there is an agreement on some of its principles, and those principles are presented in the, in the book I just told you about. Introduce students to the basic principles of investigative reporting. Talk to them about the news values, how to get the facts, how to check the facts, put the facts together, work with evidence, work with sources, whether they are official or confidential, how to protect their sources when required, and to work with the law. Check with the students if in your countries there are official statements of principles for investigative journalism established by the national associations like there is in Canada, for example, there is a Canadian Association of Journalists. So the discussion should link investigative journalism to active citizenship and ethics. In your presentation, make sure you will cover aspects relating to developing a story, the hypothesis that is to be tested, finding documents and data to support the claims, find the right angle. Nina already told you about this. Focus on how students can track associations and use visualizations. It is imperative to guide students and present them with interviewing techniques and choice of best questions, use of existing research tools, including how to search database and public records, how to handle and organize data to use in the investigative reports. Then you can focus for 10 or 15 minutes on case studies, focus on why they are relevant. Here you have, let's see, the Paradise paper. Okay. Can you see on the screen? This is from the Pulitzer Center site, a lesson in investigative journalism. It is a lesson plan with tips and tricks how you can and you can use it as an inspiration. You can discuss this with your students, or you can another famous case would be how 2 times journalists helped ignite the #MeToo movement. Or you can choose, this is a very useful resource, and I noticed Mina also resorted and presented it to you, the Global Investigative Journalism Network. This site is packed with resources, case studies. This serves as a complementary material for training purposes, and it will also enable and enhance the exchange of good practices and networking in investigative journalism. The casebook of the casebook that Global Investigative Journalism Network created contains more than 20 recent case studies, investigative stories from nearly every region of the world, and they cover a variety of topical subjects from freedom of information to environment, health, and gender, to name but a few, and also explanations. Okay, moving on. For the seminar, 1 hour and 30 minutes, teaching the practice of investigative journalism may present some challenges that teaching basic journalism does not. Most investigations, and this is one of the most important, investigations take time, and it can usually months. So it can be difficult to fit this time frame into an academic year, 6 months in our case, to be more accurate. So
Adina, excuse me, investigative working takes money and human resources, and
yes,
it is impossible to do an investigation in a 6-month course, to be realistic.
Yes, so we have to be realistic, and we have to pay very much attention to the standards we set for our students. They should know investigations can be challenging. Students need to be patient to show perseverance, and maybe it can be very difficult for them to have access to credible sources or to get access to policymakers, officials, without the backing of major news organizations behind them. So we have to pay attention how we manage our students' enthusiasm and confidence when they start on an investigation, because we do not want, on one hand, to have them to have a negative learning experience. We want to help them imagine and follow through projects and get access to resources and data, meet with experienced journalists, and have real opportunities. Students should be prepared to discuss current issues, especially those with local impact. Be ready to develop story ideas for their project, find and cultivate sources for the story, pitch and defend their ideas in front of the class, and present how they intend to write the story in a compelling manner. Of course, there should be some required reading in advance, national, local newspapers each day focusing on local issues, as well as investigative pieces that are published in local and national newspapers. Students should be required to go online and find information for their stories, maybe to create a database, and present how they would build an investigation on their chosen topic and interview people. Stress how important it is to think of a hypothesis, to ask questions and plan the right steps. Students should be able to define the topic of their investigation and their hypothesis and explain its social significance to their colleagues. Or you can have a professional journalist as a guest speaker to provide examples of best practices in local, especially in local investigative journalism. What should be the learning outcomes or goals of teaching investigative journalism practice, and what kind of approach would be best meet? That, of course, depends on the student level and time available. But from our experience, from Mina and mine experience, what we have learned so far is that students best learn when learning is peer-based and project-based, and of course when they are motivated by success or by knowing that they are pursuing something that they really care about. Moving on to the second theoretical part of this unit on investigative journalism, quality and data journalism. In this presentation, focus on how journalists around the world and in your country develop techniques to cope with corruption, globalization of crime and environmental damage, how they use data and collaborate locally and even across borders. Remember this Gapminder, resource that we introduced to you last time. You can choose a topic and discuss it with students, or using it's very interesting Flourish Studio. I'm not sure, have you heard of it or have you worked with it? Flourish Studio is a very nice tool to make the data visible, Okay, you can have your own data introduced, and Flourish, this application, makes it so easy to create flowing and even mobile-friendly animated bar chart. Here is an example of urban population by country. Okay, we can focus only on Asia and Europe. Okay, we have filter information. We can add images at the end of the bars or at the start. We can click on the filters to show what regions are interested in. So this is just about the development, the index of population rising and increasing and decreasing levels, so on and so forth. There are also other templates that you can use, and you can charts, survey data, so on and so forth. So I enjoyed this very much, and I think that very many journalists who work with data and information resort to, and especially at universities, teachers who teach journalism resort to Flourish Studio to get students accustomed to ways in which they can present and visualize their stories. Because of the amount of information, the variety of available open sources, and the speed with which this information and data are produced, it is vital to raise students' awareness for quality journalism. Bring into discussion the global issue of misinformation. We can never stop talking about misinformation, disinformation, and fake news that confront societies in general and quality journalism in particular. You should help students discern the fine line and the difference in meaning between disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and fake news, bringing again into discussion the ethics and professional standards for quality journalism. Discuss case studies. I don't know if you can see here. Can you see on my desktop? This is a very recent book issued by UNESCO, and it presents cutting-edge information and techniques in which you can teach about fake news. There are 5 or 6 modules that they are discussed. Also, you are provided with relevant resources. So truth, trust, and journalism, why it matters, thinking about information disorder, formats of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, a whole module, a whole chapter on news industry transformation, digital technology, social platforms, and the spread of misinformation and disinformation, how to combat disinformation and misinformation through media literacy, and fact-checking, social media verification, combating online abuse. So it's a very useful resource for not only for journalists and journalist teachers, but also with people who develop an interest in media and journalism. So coming back to our theoretical presentation, okay, you can discuss with them case studies and show them how to check a piece of information, show them how they check a photo to see whether it is fake or it's taken out of the context and presented into a new context. So here, FactCheck.org and EUF Disinfo Europe. So you can, here is a link where you can read about the most important misinformation debunks of 2021. For instance, yes, it's for a BBC. how COVID and climate misinformation spread in 2021 is very interesting. And yes, you can watch it together with your students and discuss it. Or you can play a game from NPR. It's called Factitious, but during the pandemic, they how should I say, they upgraded the version, and now it's Factitious Pandemic is about COVID. So yes, let's see, just for the fun of it, let's see if we can spot. So you can play with, there are lots of plays, lots of games and applications that you can use with your students. So for instance, here, the first question, see if you can tell real news from fake news. I don't know if you are familiar with Tinder app. So you swipe right and you swipe left. So in this case, you swipe right if you think the news are correct and true, and you swipe left if you think it's fake. So let's see the first question. So New Jersey woman who gave a fake name and disappeared after testing positive for coronavirus is found. We have here the whole story. Okay, also we can check the source. It's from NewYorkDailyNews.com. So what do you think? Do you think it's, I can't see the messages here on the screen. I'm keep out, okay. So do you think is fake or you think is true? Shall I swipe right or shall I swipe left? What do you think? Okay, I will say, let's try, and okay, it's fake. Okay, you say it's fake. Why, can I ask you, why do you think it's fake? Or have you read it, or the website? Okay, the website is NewYorkDailyNews.com. So, okay, I'll check fake. Okay, it looks suspicious. Yeah, okay, I agree with that. So we'll go with fake, but it's not. Okay, that actually was a news article, and the New York Daily News indeed has lower standards for accuracy. So you were entitled. Thank you, Yukong. I hope I pronounced your name good. Thank you for your input. Indeed, there are lower standards. However, this story is true, as this site confirmed with their own fact checking. And yes, so Bill, another one, and we'll move on. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and others predicted up to 65 million deaths via coronavirus in simulation ran 3 months ago. So here we have the article. Okay, we have the source, it's InfoWars. So what do you think about this one?
Fake.
It's fake. Okay, let's see. Yes, so this is correct. That's right. That is a fake article. InfoWars specializes in fake and antagonistic rumors and fabrication. So yeah, so this is just an example. There are lots of other games and apps, and we provided you in the capacity building materials with lots of them. You can use them as information. You can use them as teaching materials in your class. The critical point and the critical idea is that the points that we have to make to our students is that they need to develop a critical mindset when we take in news or when we take in media. We have to take it with a generous amount of skepticism. I wouldn't say doubt, I would say skepticism. Always check the source, see who reports the story, check who else is reporting the story, examine the evidence, check that it sounds right. So you can develop a whole module only on fake news and misinformation. However, students should understand how to identify, and this is very important, they should learn how to identify online disinformation, propaganda, fake news. And here we have the help of factcheck.org and EUF disinfo site. Maybe in your countries there are also sites that you can use to check the information. You can analyze online reports of public interest, teach your students how to effectively use search engines for advanced search of information. The aim would be to guide students to contextualize their findings, to draw conclusions. Here are lots of data journalism tools and 9 essential tools data journalism and programming experts work with. So far, a journalist was supposed to do the job for 3 people, but to go to the site, to write the news, to film, to edit and present it maybe. But nowadays, we will see that with this shift of in the media, there are teams of journalists, and not only journalists, but there are teams of professionals who help packing the information and deliver it to the public. We have engineers and we have graphic designers and we have people who work together. One is better maybe with storytelling, another one is more skilled with presentation and working with data applications. They all work together to present information. So you can use the resources provided by Google News Initiative. You can resort to Google Sheets, data set search, quick start guide, Google Data Gives Maker, Telegram's Flourish, which we already talked about, Google Trends. So all these are very helpful resources that you can use. At this point, you can make the connection between the fundamental principles of journalism and the SDGs, Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Find stories that students think are good examples of data journalism here. And in reference to a particular data set, you can ask your students what they would measure, what their hypothesis would be, and how they would formulate it, and test it. For seminar activities and workshops, it would be a good idea to invite an expert guest with hands-on experience on CAR techniques to work, computer-assisted research, to work with students and give them some tips and tricks of the trade, to help them how to input numbers, how to order and filter data, use graphics, etc., how to clean their information, how to visualize it. For the seminar activities, whenever possible, we encourage the lecturers and instructors for all these units and modules to engage industry practitioners, to encourage dialogues and to ensure that current case studies, issues, and debates are incorporated into curriculum. The resources we suggested are all in English, but it is also essential to incorporate local, regional, linguistically and culturally relevant materials and examples for your students into your lessons. You can, for the seminar, you can bring in journalists, fact checkers, mining specialists to explain students how they collaborate with journalists, to share industry insights with the purpose of enhancing communication skills. You can also choose some data verification exercises from students from this book. I hope it opens. Okay, this is media and information literacy, but not for everyone, for journalism students. So you can use some exercises from here, from page 110. It is a nice resource, and we encourage you to use it as inspiration. Okay, moving on for the third and the last part of this unit, focused on investigative journalism, quality journalism, and data journalism. We have the, the workshop. Here you can, you have plenty of time. You can invite journalists, experts, media experts to conduct a 3-hour workshop on advanced search of information, focusing on abilities and tools students need, analyze reports with them, identify networks, follow the information on different media, including social media such as Facebook, Twitter, maybe deep into how to use CrowdTangle, EdLibrary, and other open sources. The purpose of this activity would be to help students create story maps, charts, graphs, and data using free tools to understand how important the collaboration between journalists and coders and tech specialists is. So the highlights, or what would we recommend, would be to guide your students through the bibliography. There are not only online resources, but also textbooks, scientific articles related to these issues and the theme, the topic of the units that we suggested. Encourage your students to identify other scientific resources, multimedia materials that address the issue of investigative journalism, data journalism, and quality journalism. Highlight a wide range of case studies and examples from different countries and local areas. Use online and free resources. Develop partnerships between representatives of public and private sector. Students should monitor the media, whether it's mainstream or alternative, social media platforms, professional organizations, NGOs, and regulatory agencies. And it is very important to develop your students' skill to find global data, to process it, analyze it, and teach them how to develop the skills of doing the background check. It is crucial at this point to expand traditional skill set to critical thinking and problem solving, networking, both online and offline. We should develop skills of netiquette and privacy protection. So this is how we would conclude the unit, Unit 4. Moving on to Unit 5, we will dig into the digital narratives and new information and dissemination supports, advanced narrative forms, systems, and dissemination strategies, political and corporate discourse. Okay, again, these modules are designed to be taught either face-to-face or online. Most lessons follow a model in two parts, presenting a theoretical learning, right, and seminar, empirical learning, or lecture-based presentations, supplemented by hands-on activities. For this unit as well, this involves a 90-minute theoretical component, followed by a 90-minute seminar, and then completed by a 3-hour workshop or tutorial. The course questions would be what is and what is not a multimedia story, how to convey a narrative through multiple forms of media and social media such as text, photography, audio, and video, how to communicate data-rich stories, introduce students to digital collection and archives, because we want to develop a critical understanding of digital narratives, digital technologies, to explore together with them new forms of and new functions of storytelling, which empowers a diversity of voices. And of course, at the end of the day, what we want our students to sport, right, to gain skills and competencies to produce distinctive audio-visual pieces and learn the essentials of audio-video production, right? So this module and this unit is to be covered within weeks 13 and 14 of this course, and with almost 30 hours of autonomous learning in part of the students. So, digital narratives. Yes, when I teach my students about podcasting, for instance, or about audio in the radio laboratories that I conduct with our journalism students, and I talk about storytelling, I like to play a game with them. I found it in a journalism, audio journalism, radio journalism book. It is called the Fortunately, Unfortunately game. They have a lot of fun. We gather in one circle and one student begins. Fortunately, today is a sunny day. The second student continues the idea. Unfortunately, I have to go to the library and work for my dissertation. And this goes on, and it's just that we get the vibe and we just let our creative juices flowing. You can do this. You can do this with your students. Also, there is another game that I enjoy playing with the students is zoom in and zoom out. I divide the students in pairs, and the first student starts narrating, starts telling his colleague or her colleague a story, and at some point the partner will say zoom in. And the first student will have to come up with extra details and give him lot of input for the story. Then the partner says zoom out, and then come back to the frame and cleaning the story from other details and sticking to the most important things. So the focus is, okay, details, or reduce the level of details and focus on the main plot. Okay, you can do this, so you can play with your students, or you can brainstorm ideas about the role storytelling plays within communities, and have your students consider the following questions. People tell stories from ages. What changed now? Why is it important? to change the way in which we tell our stories in the age of noise and challenges brought by the internet. At some point, they say that, okay, the internet disrupted the age of media or the media. What changed now? How communication and how interaction have changed? Because even the concept of the stories have changed. So this is just to start your presentation, in which you should focus on changes in news. Social media does not replace journalism, but adds another layer to it. The desire for real-time updates, stories reach a broader audience, new ways of collecting information and use it for new stories, new tools for better reporting. Nowadays, journalists need to submit stories for multiple interactive platforms, television, print, online, radio, and it is essential for them to be multi-skilled. According to researchers at mcgrindle.com, when we communicate data, our job is to move from the complex to the simple, because the brain is more naturally wired to engage with the human, with the relatable, with a story that with just data, information, and complexity alone. And when we think about engaging stories, whether they be novels, they are infographics or songs, they always have the 4 I's. The 4 I's: interest, instruct, involve, and inspire. Here is the link for the TED Talk given by Ashley Feld. This is a social researcher. In fact, this is what she said. So I don't want to assume or to claim on these 4 I's, but it's true. It's the bottom line. So this is how stories should be and should be created: to spark interest, to instruct, to involve, and to inspire. Because we have collaborative journalism, right? We talked about citizen journalism. Mina told you about citizen journalism, and I think the professor who was this morning also talked about these changes, this overlap: media, social media, and citizen journalism, collaborative journalism. It is a new way of doing journalism. The mass media are being replaced by a mass of media, right? In which traditional media outlets are only one of many others. No more intermediaries, right? So people don't need a journalist to be informed or for their voices to be heard. They have control. People see, people listen, and say whatever they want, whenever they want. So journalism is no longer monopolized by journalists and media companies, because anyone can create media nowadays with the help of technology and the tools. So what does this mean for the journalists? It means that they need to accept that they cannot know everything and allow other people through technology to be their eyes, to be their ears. And for the people who are not journalists, for the public, that means they should not remain passive consumer of news, but to co-produce news, not to consume it passively. It is an empowering process, and it can enable ordinary people to hold powerful organizations accountable. And I have an example here. Okay, so members of the public set the news agenda. We have crowdsourcing. The ability of the audience to inform journalists is exploding. At The Guardian, they say they call this open journalism. However, these aspects bring into discussion the ethical aspects. Again, we go back to the ethical aspects and professionalism and how to handle this volume of material. From now on, news coverage is partnership, and it was like this in Romania. In January 2017, days after government of the Grindeanu, this was the name of the then prime minister, was sworn into office, in Romania, protests took place throughout the country against ordinance bills that were proposed by the Ministry of Justice regarding the pardoning of certain committed crimes and the amendment of the penal code regarding the abuse of power. Despite the negative reactions from both the judicial institutions and the public, the new government secretly approved at night, it was close to midnight, approved an ordinance to modify the penal code and the penal procedure code during the night of the 31st of January. Immediately after this was announced, that the ordinance was passed, more than 25,000 people protested that night, and it was announced on Facebook. So it all started in social media, and the protests swelled, and the next day over 300,000 people throughout the country were protesting throughout the country, making the protests the largest since the fall of communism in 1989, making it the largest in Romania's history. The protesters have succeeded in compelling the government to withdraw the contested ordinance. And Florin Iordache, who was then the justice minister, was formally responsible for putting forward the ordinance. He has resigned over the scandal it ensued. Social media played a key role in this example in connecting dissidents across cities and across countries. There were flows of messages on Facebook, for instance, that provided substance to the understanding of the civic sentiment. The demonstrations have echoed on multiple dimensions, raising interests toward the legal framework, the government duties, as well as the media implications and interests. And from then on, okay, we have these two hashtags: resist, I resist, and like thieves in the night. These hashtags, or people resort to these hashtags whenever from then they want to raise awareness of something that the government is doing, and they want to raise awareness against corruption, and they want to take a stand on that. So what disrupted the news industry will now save it, and that is the changing audience. People who are finding a better way to get news, new ways, but we still need news to be trustworthy. We still need news to be reliable. So journalists should show their work. They need to provide, evidence, and they need to be more transparent in the way they deliver the news, because a better version of the story is one click away. And the main point is that students are going to learn that a story can reflect and can not only reflect, can really affect change. It can influence opinion, it creates awareness. And of course, this is only about corruption, but all the SDGs represent a huge array of important topics. Observe together with students. Of course, this is an example from our country, but you can resort from examples in your countries. But observe together with students how multiple story angles are accommodated for multiple platforms, for phone, for laptops, for television, for radio. Give access to all relevant aspects, how they are produced, how journalism is being reconstructed in a new, entirely setting. Elicit the answer to the question, what is a multimedia story and what is not a multimedia story? Because instead of reading a linear structure and a single narrative, the audience is presented with a combination of photographs, video clips, music, infographics, and text, all combined in a non-linear, dynamic narrative that is complementary, not redundant. This story from the New York Times, I think can you see it? The snowfall, the avalanche at Tunnel Creek. So this story is from 2012, but is generally regarded as the first successful digital story. You see, the basic experience is a scrolling one. We have the text. The text format, you will see it varies. We have here videos. These stories are really immersive. You see the screen changes. They take you wherever you want. They have text for pictures. They have captions for pictures and for photos. So you can divide the students into pairs and find similar examples and discuss them, analyze, observe them together with your students. Ask them to choose a traditional media or to choose an online media. Ask them to compare and contrast the way in which they engage with the audience. And we provided you with good practice examples from BBC, from New York Times, why we are so adamant about it is that the needs of the public changed, and journalists need to resort to new ways to create a stronger connection with audiences. Find examples of how news organizations chose to tell stories using different layers, because narrative is everything when trying to communicate complex ideas. Here is a clip because people enjoy and people tell stories from the dawn of times, and we are sucker for good stories. So the only thing that changed is the way in which we tell these stories. I will play a clip. I think we have enough time to play this clip. Otherwise, I will be on fast forward afterwards, but I really want you to watch this. Can you see it? Can you hear?
There's no sound.
No sound. Okay, let me see what I can do. I will cut off my sound and maybe you will hear better.
Come up with sense. Still no sound for me.
No sound?
No, Adina, we cannot hear.
Maybe I should open the link in another Zoom. Okay, let me see if I can. Okay. I think I have to stop sharing my screen. Let me. Let's try now. No?
No.
Yeah, we cannot hear still.
Some of them were poachers. Some of them jumped in and out.
No, Adina, it doesn't work. You can put the
Okay.
video in the chat.
Okay, I can do that. I'm really sorry because last time we were able to play the video. It was very nice, and okay, I really wanted you to to see the clip. Let's see. Right. Okay, I will continue with my screen. Okay. So yes, these are very good resources. So the clip is wonderful. I'm sorry you can't listen to it. Yeah, you have on the SDGs help desk. Let's see if. Okay, this is a very useful resource. Okay, you have here SDGs, and there are movies and clips relating to each SDG. Sorry, and here storytelling filter site by SDGs. You see there are clips, and you can use all these with your students. Okay, I have a message in chat. Yes, I did select to share this. I think I did select. I'm sorry, but okay. Is this? Thank you, Ayesha. Is this the link for the clip?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So moving on, let me close the chat here because I can't see my screen. So for the seminar activity, of course, you can find a relevant issue that your students would like to cover as a story, and choose a way in which they would present that story so it has an impact. They should find a relevant angle, gather information on the topic, select the info, and maybe they could even produce a blog entry, a social media series of posts, a YouTube video using their mobile phones, trying to make their story engaging and impactful. The second, okay. The second part of our module, observe together with students how multiple story angles are accommodated with the platforms, and start with a reflection on, we called it journalism 2.0, followed by a presentation on political communication and rhetorical techniques in digital public sphere. Actors, messages, gestures, audiences, political environment, target audiences. There is one event, but different points of view. Focus on how social media, smartphones, the access to new technology impact everything from politics to activism. Here is a very interesting resource, Rhetoric Online, the Politics of New Media. It offers a critical insight into how rhetoricians might consider existing theories of persuasion, identity, narratives, intertextuality, social movements, and more in the context of evolving new media technology. For instance, I discussed with Mina this aspect, and we thought that the narratives of Donald Trump on climate change that counteracted efficient policies in this area would be a good example. Here is a link that will take you to how they checked his speech. His claims. Maybe it would be a good example to explore another resource here. The basics of this second part of how we handle and how we talk about narratives is how narratives in politics. So students have to make a clear distinction between these narrative discourses and the differences between narrative discourses. There are theories of persuasion, there are theories of identity, intertextuality, social movements, and more in this context of evolving new media technology. So narratives in politics require agenda, and they actively convey messages that support or do not support political movements or ideas. And students should focus on how and with what implications a narrative operates. We talked about the narratives of Donald Trump about the climate change, but he has tweeted less about climate change in recent years. And since being elected president, he has adopted an ambiguous, inconsistent stance, especially in interviews and speeches. People who analyzed his narratives and people who, especially journalists who kept him in close view, they suggested that the former president tends to combine climate change with environmentalism more generally. An environmental law professor at an American university was quoted by the BBC, and he said that he doesn't really understand what climate change is, in fact. Then another strategist who has called for more action on climate change also argued that Donald Trump looks at the issue from a political rather than a moral perspective. So the bottom line of this analysis was that the climate change was not a priority, even though he tended to create this impression. The books and the articles we suggested for these modules give insight into some important elements of political narratives and explore how and why, in the age of post-truth and fake news, storytelling plays such an important part in the political process. Then you move the discussion to corporate narratives and the reason they are used as opportunities for creating not only economic value, but also a value for communities, bringing about environmental, social, and economic change, leading ultimately to good governance. We provided you here with examples of corporate social responsibility in action. So you can analyze with your students, you compare and contrast the political narratives with corporate narratives. Okay, I will open this link. You can reflect on the stories and okay, here's 16 brands doing corporate social responsibility successfully. These are case studies of social responsibility in action, how certain companies choose to reduce carbon footprint, improve labor policies, participate in fair trade, and also it's not that they do it, but also how they present the fact that they are doing it to the public. We also have here another example for Merck Group. This company chose to present the public, their consumers, with a sustainability report. Okay, this is it. Okay, and it is very well created, it's very dynamic. You can, okay, we are running out of time. So, okay, so I'm just saying you have these resources. You can discuss them as best examples, or you can choose your own. Focus on how stories can be used to shape opinions, to depict conflict, and even to influence policy change. Shift the discussion to how digital storytelling has become a powerful tool to give a voice to the voiceless, people who have been underrepresented by media, build narratives and carry messages of marginalized communities, address their needs, and create a relationship with community stakeholders, talk about citizen journalism, talk about advocacy journalism, inclusive journalism, analyze the relationship between advocacy journalism, participation, and social change. Focus on the new roles for journalism and public opinion, how citizenship can be built through participation, and how community can be changed through the action of digital storytelling. So for the seminar activities, we suggest to identify with students and analyze issues related to race, gender, religion, poverty, disability, etc., that are misrepresented or underrepresented in mainstream media. Explore the needs of these marginalized communities and ask your students how they can tell their stories to empower those communities. How can they create an action and reaction feel with the public? How can they build a connection between these issues and the community and the audience? So we thought of group activities: think, plan, and write, the 3 steps. So first you can go on field, ask your students to identify a number of social issues that have been not covered, not presented by the mainstream media. Identify a local issue that has been covered by mainstream media or a local NGO. Compare and contrast them. Contrast the angles, the difference in angles, the difference in perspective, the dissemination strategy, analyze the impact. Give them some tips of the trade. Encourage your students to start strong, to come with a strong picture, to come with a strong headline that is very interesting, so they grab the reader's attention and seduce your readers into the story. And as we said last time, add a face to the story. Our stories are not about facts. Our stories are not about figures. You need a hero. You write about people and their problems. Add heroes to your stories. Bring people into the narrative, because people are empathic. People are empathic to other people. People relate to people. So also you need to make, or we need to make the stories flow naturally. Our stories need rhythm. I know there are some journalists among us, and sometimes we repeat one of the most important ideas just to secure our audience and imprint our stories with the flow, with the rhythm. We have to go from the macro level to the micro level, and also to keep it short and simple. This is what I discuss with the students. It's in all journalism books, the motto of the journalist: keep it short and simple. So you write the story and then you kiss it. You kiss it and you share it with your audience, because you want your audience to be inspired to action and give your audience ideas of what they can do. For the workshop, of course, this is the hands-on activities that you need to plan in advance, and maybe have guest journalists with extensive hands-on broadcast experience. Students should be guided and encouraged to engage with audio formats, video formats, tools to report the news, so they can learn the theoretical and practical aspects of audio and video media. Students should be introduced and guided to all stages of audio-video production. Of course, we will discuss this in depth later in our trainings, to discuss about audio and video storytelling techniques, interviewing best practices, how to record quality video, how to record quality audio, to transcribe audio clips, on and so forth. The main emphasis is that now they should start develop skills for audio video journalism, and to use audio and video equipment, to write for the years, so on and so forth. We are coming close to our workshop for today. Please, if you do have questions, so we are ready to answer those questions. I will stop sharing my screen, and I will also post. Just a second to find it. The post. I will post the link for our self-assessment form, and for the feedback form. So let me start. Okay, Nina, if you would like to take over just until I find the links here on my computer.
I
Okay,
want to
so
thank you for joining us. It's pretty late for you guys. I think it's evening in your countries. So thank you very much for your effort today. Next Friday, we'll have an entire module about practicum. If you have some suggestion to us, if you are interested in some topics, maybe to develop for next Friday, please let us know, or maybe you can fill in the feedback form until then. And please pay attention to assessment form.
Yes,
You have there 3 questions. Not very difficult, I think.
No, not at all. They are very easy, and you just need to be creative and engaged in what you are going to teach, engaged in SDGs, engaged in teaching your students about journalism and SDGs altogether. So so I posted at the beginning of our training, I posted 2 links, the links for our previous feedback forms. There are still people who need to fill them out. And now I posted the link for the third module and the feedback. And now is the link for the assessment form. Copy them into your computers and use this time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, just get on with this and send them back to us. Thank you all.
We have a comment in chat, Adina, and
thank you, Aisha. Thank you. Thank you, Aisha, for your nice words.
It's important to us to feel you and to know that you are present in our story together, because indeed it's very difficult sometimes to engage participants in online sessions. We try harder for the next Friday.
Okay, so thank you all. If you do not have questions at this point, okay, maybe you will have our emails, and as you progress with your course and questions rise, okay, feel free to contact us, and okay, we will provide you with assistance. Thank you and have a great evening. We will see you next Friday.
Thanks so much. See you next week.
Thank you.
Thank you
okay,
so much.
thank you. Thank you. See you all. Bye.
Bye.